Alright, we should be in game. Don't know why it's not showing up on this. There we go. Just loaded in, and are going to be continuing our Spain run. True Chads do remember the EIEIC. We might have to run the EIEIC back sometime. I really want to play as the EIEIC, but setting that up is actually a little bit complicated. For those of you who don't know, if you are playing as the East Indies, which is the liberated sort of Dutch East Indies, you become the East Indies. And if you subjugate the East India Company, they become the East Indies East India Company, aka the EIEIC. Old MacDonald had a country, EIEIC. But we are here continuing playing as Iberia. We're going to be in Spain, so you don't have to. So overall, kind of waiting for this some of this stuff to get patched out. Kind of hearing a lot of news about migration, and a lot of people are figuring out various things. Like, if you have any country that's, or any state that's isolated, apparently this breaks internal migration. If you have any country in your customs union with closed borders, apparently this breaks internal migration. It seems to be that there are a lot of things that break internal migration. We have to pass public schools, which doesn't break doesn't break internal migration, but we still have to pass public schools here. Government petition. And so, yeah, it's a little bit of a thing. I suppose we have one Diplo play coming up and another one brewing, and we have a ton of infamy, so we could probably just get started. Don't really need to think. Of course, France is communist, big commie. The values of internal migration are very underestimated. Yeah, so, but I mean, like, this could just be the new way they want things to be, is they want it to be almost entirely mass migration driven, but this significantly nerfs what has been the strategy for a while, which is like acquiring pop batteries, acquiring states like Punjab with 14 million pops, accepting those pops and having those pops spread to the rest of your nation. And to be fair, if we have like a few hundred Punjabi or a few thousand Punjabi that have exodus here and gone to every single one of our states in our country, this is going to tank performance a little bit in some regards. And so what they're preferring to do is that the Punjabi settle in like 1 or 2, 3 states, and you would get that if you primarily use mass migration. Janala might have more experience than us. It's strange. I've played 4 different games on 1.6. I've had no problems at all with internal migration. So initially we had no internal migration basically occurring, but now we have a ton of mass migration occurring, like a lot. And in theory, I think what we're supposed to do is every time we spike a mass migration, since we make that state ineligible, I think what we're actually supposed to do is we're supposed to come in here and we're supposed to move our decrees. So we have one in Castile, Navarra, Valencia. Castile, Navarra, and Valencia, right? And so let's come here. And this is going to be really tedious if this is the meta. So Navarra, Castile and Valencia are no longer eligible. So what we should do, well, we're running a bureaucratic deficit, so we're actually not going to pull stuff. But like what we in theory should do, since this is not contributing to the average for the mass migration attraction, as soon as we hit this migration attraction, I'm guessing what the meta is we move our edict. Which that is some annoying gameplay if that's correct. To be fair, it is gimmicky in some regards, but now we're just like getting tons and tons of these mass migration. But like we have another edict here, and it seems like we can pull mass migrations pretty easy. It bricks our ability to form cultural communities naturally after this, because it's like 10% of what the previous chance was to form the cultural community. But it does seem that mass migration, you could just form new communities easy peasy. So, yeah. I don't know what to make of everything. You have 5 million jerks sitting in Texas. It's the opposite of big nice. Or 0.5 million, okay. As soon as state gets very attractive, people flood to that place, even early game, without mass migration. That is 100% not my experience. I had like 130, 140 migration traction with Spain and nothing. So that is not in line with what I was having, and I had to like wait for mass migrations. But this is good though, because this is like another data point, right? I think Valencia has the stuff we want. Well, actually, let's also let's have a consideration towards what places have peasants. And we're trying to build in places that we have steel and peasants, which is, I guess, not too much. Aragon might. They don't have too many peasants, but the modifiers also seem to be quite a lot different than before. Whereas, from a capped perspective, used to be capped on, well, SOL used to be halved, its like input, because like our average SOL here is 14, and it's still contributing double that instead of just a regular base rate. So the impact of that's been doubled. Unused arable land cap seems to be 30, but available employment also seems to be 30. So something we could do in Aragon is we could, for example, just start turning on these labor-saving PMs and increase the migration attraction. And maybe that's what we're supposed to do, just like writ large. But you know what's, oh, you know what? This would decrease the amount of available jobs. I was just thinking about this the other day, where if you have something that's actually not employing up at all, what you would actually want to do is you would want to turn off all the labor-saving PMs, because it would increase the amount of available jobs, which would increase the migration attraction, which is a very gimmicky feeling thing, but yeah, because this would decrease the available jobs if we were to put in new things. That's kind of weird. But this is a normal situation where people can immigrate inside your country instead of accumulating and dying in out in overpopulated areas. Alright, we have a chance to declare war, so we're gonna probably use it. The Rogue Imperialist. I hate these events. Let's see. We do want to kind of restore, if we can, OG Big Spain borders, which is going to involve protectorating some of these guys. That's actually not too bad a price for Belgium. Belgium's also in their own market. Interesting. That's not a normal state of affairs. Costa Rica. Well, we have a lot of infamy, so maybe we want to go after reducing autonomy in Costa Rica. We could also just go for Guatemala. Did my cat meow? I don't know. Meow! Okay, I don't think so. Sometimes she meows outside the door. I mean, we could just chill, but we have no chill, right? Well, actually, we should just chill, probably, actually. Oh, we have no subjects we can annex? That seems not correct. Okay, let's just continue on. Now, we haven't incorporated this because we don't want to pull down the average, because the turmoil will pull down the average migration attraction significantly. So it'll be much harder for us to get mass migrations, which seems kind of strange that that's how that works, but it is. Have we experienced the construction bug this patch? Yes, this is why we're playing with the construction queue like this. Yep. Can't get your iron mines in New York or Penn to fully employ, but 500,000 people will move to Texas to live up sub farms. Yeah, well, you know, a lot of people move to Texas. Perhaps this is the best simulation of all. Oh, we got pump jacks and we forgot to turn on all the PMs. Rip. Let's turn on the important ones first. We can't make opium, can we? Oh, we can. Don't mind if we do. Something like that, maybe. But yeah, our ability to keep mass migrations coming, understanding that we should not be incorporating stuff in order to get this going is, like, nice. The thing is like, we are not experiencing any, or very, very little intermarket migration. So once they're, like, there, they, like, only, like, I mean, or it just feels like very little. I guess this isn't very little, right? Where are these guys? We have, who's leaving, though? I wish we could know who's leaving. Maybe the South Italians? Looks like we might fail this government petition. Big sad. Destroying construction bug? Yes, Monsieur Spooky. Yeah. See the engine price. Alright, I think the engine, I think it could tolerate us swapping the rest of the stuff up to pump jacks, and, like, we don't want to not swap. Tobacco's gotten problems. I was also thinking what we could do is we could switch back to, like, interventionism and then turn the automatic queue back on, or go for, like, an early communism and do the same thing. I think it's too early to be the first one to get, well, it's definitely too early to be the first one to get socialism. Or, sorry, too late, rather. I don't know what we should research next. Kind of behind overall in these texts, but we do want to research something kind of ahead of time. Maybe it's actually just military stuff we should be researching. Gantry cranes would make our lives easier. You like we have our trade routes. Your trade routes when you are controlling the queue just are like wildly different, right? Because you eventually get like really, really freaking huge routes that you don't normally get because if something's underpriced or overpriced, your auto queue tends to pick up on it and build it. We're not experiencing that. Did we get a Sioux mass migration? Maybe we should, alright, maybe we should try and diplomatically expand our customs union a little bit. We've been just kind of only doing military, which is really not the way. Someone was, a strategy I think we underutilize. Who do we have in the customs union? Do we have straight up no one? Who's not a subject? We had Mexico for a while. It looks like they bailed. We could try and get Brazil. Let's improve relations. Mexico, we have good relations. Alright. Let's try and get a bunch of trade routes with Mexico then. This is what you do when you're trying to pull someone into your market. Oh, wow, that we don't make money on that, but okay. Probably make money on this. It's not too big a deal if we don't make money on the things. We're just trying to increase volume of trade more than anything. Now we could get a trade agreement. And hopefully get a customs union sometime soon. But now with the trade agreement, we can get relations up to +80. Get the Papa uprising. I think we'll send these guys to deal with that. But we could also maybe try and... Alright, who do we have a trade agreement with? Germany, Italy, Great Qing. Persia's kind of close. So we could try and increase the relations with Persia, as well as, man, I hate when this happens. I hate when Great Britain just randomly takes a bite out of Persia and just, like, leaves it. It's like when someone takes a slice of cake, but takes, like, a really ugly slice of cake, and then you, like, look at the cake, you're like, oh, you poor cake. You poor cake. Some of that. Port some of that. Almost certainly opium will be good. Oh, we're already importing opium. Big nice. We import silk as well. Alright, we already are. This is a big throughput penalty, to be honest. What percentage do we already have? I think we already have a pretty hefty percentage, so it's not increasing our percentage a whole lot. We'll take the other option. PX acknowledged migration is bug if you have subjects with restricted laws, and they seem to think that this is a weird and unusual case. I think that when Paradox does a lot of their testing, they do a lot of their testing, maybe, by just letting the game run. And this does not lead to the same sort of play pattern. The AI does not play very well, so you don't lead to it doesn't lead to the AI just subjugating everyone, which is like kind of how they should be doing. Is the French economy bigger than ours? No. They just have a lot of map coverage with this, but this doesn't do anything. This isn't a big deal. Hey chef. I think UI changes are cool, but how useful do you find them for now? I mean, I kind of like the changes in like this stuff. It makes the information a lot more accessible. I probably need to have a think about, like, trying to use this much more at a glance, but I really like the outliner change. What's the benefit of getting socialism first? You spawn Marx, Karl Marx. Good morning, Pickles. AMD CPUs have some sort of performance bug. I think everyone has the performance bug, though. I think it's not just AMD, but... Are subjects a hindrance in wars, or is that just an illusion? They can be if they try and push. It's usually if they try and push. Independent Burma in the late game seems unusual. Definitely not the norm. We could try and maybe get them in the customs union. They're in Qing's market, actually. Really would want to pull Qing into the customs union. We export this. And this. And this. More than happy to, like, really push a lot of those things. So let's take a look. This paper. Yeah. Lima should be a pretty good place for paper because there's a bunch of sulfur there. So should, like, Santiago has sulfur, so does this place. So we'll get a few more paper things going. Lima just has an enormous amount of pops, too. Let's come in here and switch to water tube as well. We're going to switch everything to water tube. Water tube's much more efficient than rotary valves, so if you're going to swap, usually it's best to swap all of the, well, you want to micro a little bit, but it can be better to swap all of the water tube. Well, actually, maybe with migration, internal migration sucking now, maybe it's not better. But previously, it was better to swap just about everything to water tube before your first swap to the other thing. Let's get these through. I think we finished, or we're about to finish, some of these engines. So I think we'll be able to avoid a shortage. Kind of using all the PMs we want, for the most part, without going into the micro zone. Get in the zone, out of zone. It's kind of rare we get... Actually, no, they moved what tech you get this on to make it way earlier. I forgot that they did that. Persia looks more like someone took a bite out of a donut and then put it back in the box. Yeah, that's also a really good analogy. The point is like, it's mildly disgusting and uncouth, whatever Great Britain did to Persia. You love when you pick up the new DLC and it's already in your library. Oof. How's the new migration system? Rough. But it's supposed to improve performance down the line, but they have a different performance bug, so like it's impossible to tell how much the performance is improving. Are we coming down with something? Maybe. Our voice is a little bit scratchy though. I used to do a lot of vocal exercises. Maybe I gotta get back into that, but that would make my voice deeper. So that's usually what I'm going for. Transfer states. What is it you want of ours? I'm just curious. Oh, Iberian Guangdong, yeah, naturally. Naturalish. Brazil wants a trade agreement. Perfect. Thought about bankrolling Brazil. Let's try and get people into our customs union a little bit more aggressively. Sokoto, I think is... Are you still isolationist? Yeah. So that means while we have a lot of infamy, we can actually do a useful war on Sokoto to open that market. But we're not going to be able to... So one of the really big benefits from like pulling someone like Sokoto into your market is if you can get them on no migration controls, which now they don't start with. They start with closed borders. So if we get them into our... If we get them in our customs union, it might brick internal migration. Man. Yeah, this is just pain. East African Peasant Revolt. Are you independent, my guy? No, you're not. You're just waiting to get clapped. You should build some ports. You lack convoys. We just built a lot of ports. We're kind of researching this next, but maybe more ports would be good. The thing is, we've exhausted a lot of our ports that we could build here, but maybe we could build a few more. But your convoys will always trend towards an equilibrium. As soon as we build more ports, more of our ports will get dedicated to trade routes. And so it's like a function of how profitable the trade route marginal stuff is versus like the expense of the port. Because if we end up going to war, what will happen is as we get raided or whatever, the trade route convoy usage will go down. So it's not like catastrophic, but the thing is your ports that are immediately connected to your stuff are much more useful than other ports, because if you run into... You can have a feedback loop issue with the other ports. That could be very uncomfortable. And by that I mean is if your ports start to lose market access, they'll run a shortage of their input goods, and then they will have a problem with their output. So if this loses market access because it's not connected to Iberia, we're going to lose convoys, and then as we lose convoys, it gets harder to support stuff. So the ports that are directly connected to your market are much more useful, and we've pretty much entirely built that out, but we can do a little bit more. Arming the natives. I think we just embrace... Well, I kind of don't want to have bad relations with Russia, so... They are one of the few we're improving relations with. Where is that in the outliner? I guess it's going to be in here. Ooh, this shows all the colonies' attitudes. Volatile on all. You don't say. So we can sort countries. And how people feel and what we have towards them. The commune is not happy with us. Let's take a look at what we can do trade route wise. How did we change Turtle Island's name to Iberia with great difficulty? Good morning, General, says Gene W. Regarding internal migration, the problem is peasants not leaving subsistence farms or workers in plantation sector not going to industry. Is that the problem? I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem's a lot more complicated than that. I think the problem's a bug, not like a feature. Great Qing is already your color. You don't need to conquer it, basically. You haven't been watching the changelogs? Can you build in any subject types yet? No. That's 2 months from now. May 6th. Pretty sure building in subjects comes with Suez. Yeah, catch and release styles will probably be nerfing once you can build in all subjects. Catch and release style plays will probably need nerfing. Why would they need nerfing? Am I missing something? You mean catch and release starts? Specifically? Whoa there. But see, these routes still being relatively profitable while getting capped in size is an indication that maybe we do need to increase the amount of convoys we have. Some tobacco. From Liberia to Castile. Nice. Dun 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 dun. I think we'll not bother checking the approval rating, but this would be something to check. We'll try and export explosives. Yikes. No go. I don't think we want to export basic clothing. I think we want to instead eat it for the SOL. SOL being more important now than it used to be when it comes to some of the stuff. I think it's probably good to have export routes for this stuff. Because that way it can boost up your industries in time of peace, but this is less important without automatic queue. And then in time of war, the trade route sizes will constrict. I mean, I guess we can export some of this. Do we check coal? We do want to kind of just build more of it, so by exporting it, we can increase the price, which will make the marginal ones we build more of more profitable than they were before. So I think exporting luxury goods is generally good. Let's see. Small arms, the new luxury good. So once we mobilize everyone, these trade routes, for example, will constrict. It wouldn't happen with the cannons because those weren't getting consumed as much. Don't think we want to export that. Do want to export this stuff. So let's do all that. Any idea on how much economy of scales matter still? Well, local prices is generally more important. I mean, economies of scale is important, but the thing is like, local prices will generally be more important first. And so when your building levels are in like, I don't know, up to the teens maybe, you really don't care about it too much. But then once the building levels start getting towards the 30s, I think it starts becoming really important to like kick stuff up to economies of scale cap. Why don't we actually try and play correctly, though? Instead of just, like, pure vibing. And we're going to look where we have transportation that's cheap, and we are going to try and increase its consumption. So we have here, here, here. No shortage, please. Super. Glacia, I think I saw, had some problems. Yeah, they did. Gross livestock ranches. Add building into that and it becomes great. If you can build a subject, you can theoretically subjugate Japan, force beneficial laws on them, and strip and swap to them during a rev. Interesting. It seems like it might be more trouble than it's worth, but you're right. But if you swap to them during a rev, won't they have the Japanese tech and all that stuff? And then the ownership of all that will still be... The problem is that whoever does the building gets the ownership. So if you build into Japan as the UK, UK will still have the ownership of all those buildings. You'll just have a bunch of goods. I think. Hi Generalist, how's the stream? Stream's going pretty good. Just kind of vibing. I guess we could check the numbers. Haven't looked at the numbers. We got 85 on the YouTubes. And then in the Twitch streets. How much do we have in the Twitch streets? We have 10 in the Twitch streets. Shout out to both you guys. So it's going pretty good. Yo, chat, is he winning yet? I'll leave this to chat to answer. Team 3 is winning now. Brazil, Spain, Ottomans. Alright. Alright, so... What the hell is that? What was that? Oh, Joe Pro. That's our first one of those donos we've gotten. Was, thank you for the cheer. 1,000 bits. Twitch peeps go hard. Hard in the paint. I forget, what's the... How much is a bit? Thank you so very much, my guy. That is like a wild ass, like, that sound is super hyped for the bits. So I think we're gonna need to start turning on rail transport in a bunch of places, look to get the transport prices up, and also increase the efficiency per worker of a lot of these places. Yeah, especially because we have a transport company, and we would love to get the bonus from that company, right? So, let's do some of this. Let's do some of this. Thank you for the follow, Alcom35. Much appreciated. Yeah, that that cheer like thing might be a little too hype. It makes me think danger is close. It's just like we might need something a little more chill. Or maybe that's the point. I don't know. I really hate that there's really good transportation sinks in places with mining, and there's really not in places that don't have mining. I feel like this is like a problem. Okay, we turned on all the stuff there. And we definitely should have turned this on forever ago. So, thank you for the follow, Corner Stander. I think Corner Stander. So, but this decreases available jobs, so on the short term it should actually decrease migration maybe? Okay. Now here's a problem. Gonna be a bit of a problem. going on here? Significant labor problems. Are you hitting input shortages? Nope, you're still cool on transportation. Thank you for the follow on Twitch, Mr. or Mrs. Ercalidus. It's like, it's this interesting thing where, like, okay, if I use gendered language generally on Twitch, this one, like, was one of the overbuilders of the, like, stuff, like, just disgustingly overbuilt, the railroads from the autocue. But if you used, like, gendered language, like, most of my viewers are male, so, like, using male is almost never wrong, but then, like, does this create a hostile environment for the female chatters? Like, if I go boys or gentlemen, this is creating a hostile environment? I don't think so, but perhaps less hospitable. But at the same time, 97% like men, at least on the YouTube, I think. So, or of the people who share their genders, because there's a confounding variable, of course, that not everyone shares. Not everyone's sharing with the YouTube stuff. And also some people with the YouTube stuff, it's not even just not sharing, it's like, they intentionally choose the, like, not whatever they are, for whatever reason. Age being the most important one, like, because I think a lot of people who are in the 18 to 24 demo are actually under 18, but Erica says, hey Generalist, just got back into Victor 3 with 1.6, played a lot of hours on 1.0, but then waited for it to get better. Your videos have been great at getting you back up to speed. You're very welcome. Alchemist says, Generalist, I agree. Yeah, so, like, so much, the big thing, the really huge change was, like, the local prices change, which just, like, do we have a, we do not have a railway here. We'll build a railway. But you're very welcome. The local prices change is probably for people who are, like, getting back into the game and haven't, like, you no longer just blast for throughput because of local prices, basically. And I've been meaning to do some math on this, exactly kind of, like, understanding it, like, more precisely, because, like, right now I understand it more on a feel basis than, like, a super precise basis. But we do like the feels. The feels be feeling. This channel is the Vicky 3 cookbook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. Are we... Why are we making so much money? Can't have that. Like, the one thing I hate is... Well, I don't hate, but, like, I think it's funny is, like, people who have thumbnails where they're making so much money, because generally if you're making a ton of money, you're playing wrong. Did they fix migration yet? No. Wish you could be more aggressive changing laws of your subjects, and did not need to wait for them to have certain parties of government. I think you will be able to do this in spheres. I anticipate. We'll see, though. We're still having, like, lots of native uprisings. We might have to cook something up. Now, I think they changed it, so if someone's in the customs union only, you can't change their laws anymore. And you used to be able to change their laws, which is perhaps for the best. Because someone, like, was commenting that their favorite strategy was to force their customs union subject to change their laws and then use the revolution to get them into the customs union for cheaper, or to subjugate them for cheaper. You haven't played Vicky 3 since it launched? I left because the poor performance mid to late game. Is it better now? No, it's worse. And on this particular patch, it's really bad because there's a performance bug. But this patch is supposed to improve it, so after they get rid of the bug, I imagine it'll be better than it was in 1.5, but that's still probably not better than release. None of your 22 puppets will accept an annex at 30 to 40%. Let the game tick forward, or if you want to save scum it, let the game tick forward a day and then check them all again. Did it say we were getting Russians? They must be in a hurry. Those two females sure do hate you. The truth hurts. Can you say that folks, and that's gender neutral but still inclusive? I could say folks, but it has a different vibe, and I like never use that word normally. I could say ladies and gentlemen, but then like I could say ladies and gentlemen. I could say folks. Folks implies a very large set of like. So the thing is like people. I have a lot of opinions that differ from traditionally from like people who use the word folks, right? And so while I could use folks, I think it implies that I have the same set of opinions, and I might have a problem with that. But like I'm a fan of being precise when I can. But yeah. As one of the few women in Paradox Gaming, I'm very used to it and don't care. This is also kind of, yeah, thank you for putting in your opinion on that, because that's like kind of the opinion that matters here. But when I've seen like, I feel like women get less offended, but offense is not necessarily like the only parameter you should care about. When it happens in spheres where it's like over 90% male, because like if I went to, let's say I go to some sort of convention that's almost entirely dominated by women, and then the presenter addresses, like, the audience, including me, as ladies, I would be like, okay, whatever. Like, I don't have a problem with this, like, or hey, girl. But, yeah. Maybe Western Andalusia is suffering, give them a rail. Alright, we can give them a rail. Are they really suffering? Give them rail. Not sure what way they're... Oh, we do have infrastructure. Or we do have this. The thing is... And now our prosperity is going up since we did all those changes, which is really, really nice, because 5% infrastructure buff is, like, very... Like, this is a really strong modifier. And we're getting 10% over here. But railway throughput is also incredibly strong. The woman in the chat right now, big angry goblin face, says Waju. Yeah. Also can't necessarily please everyone. But... Yep. It's your 21st and I know nothing about alcohol. What should I get? Depends how you want to approach the night, man. That's like, what would I do? Well, so if I was 21, so it depends on also, like, the money situation, you know? Because if you're planning on going out for drinks, which I think is what you're implying, because often you can get alcohol. Well, actually, I shouldn't give alcohol advice, just as a matter of, like, TOS and this type of stuff. If you only want to buy one drink, get an Adios. If you want to buy drinks that, like, taste good, get, like, the girly drinks. Or, like, a Marg or something. If you were to become PhD gamer for another game that's not Victoria 3, which would it be? Chess. EU5 would be nice. I would probably be looking to get into something where it's pretty open, in terms of the YouTube streets. Like, Victoria 3 is pretty open, even still, because a lot of the big Paradox gamers don't want to play a lot of it, and they don't want to, like, yeah, they just don't play a lot of it. And so it's easy to be, like, when EU5 comes out, here's what's probably going to happen. All the EU4 guys, if EU5's any good, will swap over to it, and those guys would just crush me. So, like, it's not an open lane, so EU5 might not even be a good shout, but I really, really liked EU4. Oh, an agitator arrives. Thank you for the donation. This donation is intended for WHAT, for what I believe to be the most important charity in modern day world. 3v3v3 Research USA. Did the dono appear on screen, or did it just appear in my log? I think I have a dono notification, but thank you so very much. Was that sent by an agitator arrives? So that must have been. I think I know who that was. Mr. Kyrian. How can we call people to easily crush the customs union? I'm struggling with pops. You're struggling with pops? Well, so here's the thing. If they have closed borders, apparently, or, like, anything but open borders, apparently it just, like, actually bricks you, which is, like, super obnoxious. Did we not send anyone? We didn't send. The truth hurts. Thank you for the follow, collectivist utopian. Big nice. Have I ever played Terra Invicta? So this one gets recommended more than any other. I probably should play that, and I might try and, like, a month before... So we're coming up on 1.7, right? In 2 months. I think I'm gonna get it early. And I kind of want to take a little bit of an EU4, or sorry, a Victoria 3 break, kind of a little bit, before I get access. I think I'm going to get early access to Spheres of Influence. I want to take a little bit of a break before Spheres of Influence, and then I'm probably going to go dark when I get access to Spheres of Influence, and just work on content for Spheres. And so there will probably be, I don't know how many weeks before Spheres of Influence drops, but I'll probably stop releasing stuff at that point, and maybe stream other games, or something like this, and then drop all the content at once. See a bunch of lines, and they really need to do something with the diplomatic play not being able to declare. I don't know if it deleted your message or what that is. Because it's your first time, don't drink hard alcohol, it'll mess you up. Good. Oh, drink a lot of water is a good, very good advice. Guys, it's pretty gender neutral. But it's not. It's like, I guess if you're going to compare words that aren't gender neutral to each other, guys is definitely more gender neutral than men. But if you ask a man how many guys he slept with, he will interpret that question to mean men. Right? That's the classic counterexample, I think. So it's like, it's more socially acceptable. But yeah, I guess it is more gender neutral. But I definitely don't think it's gender neutral. Yeah, we'll just be landing here. One channel I follow, Greece interviewers is boys and girls and everyone else. Just call us people. Peeps. Peeps is probably good. Hey, people. Hey, you. People. The ones with the hands. Or, well, I guess that's not necessarily inclusive. The ones with the heads. I think everyone has a head in chat. Probably. Probably. Don't drink with an empty stomach. Also good advice. I mean, like, yeah, I would just not go hard in the pain as well. But in Latin language, I also, like, I hate beer and wine. I think they taste terrible. In Latin languages, males works as the catch-em-all gender neutral. For me, it'd be weird if someone said ladies do their Latin American countries work, but I'd not be offended by it. Yeah, I think this is I think the consideration changes, though, if you're in a different language, right? We're just going to take the 10% enactment. I don't know if we get a tick before the 9 weeks is up, though. So, it looks like we'll maybe just fail the petition. Marg says Asper. Yeah. In Europe, you start drinking at 14, and your Americans wait till 21. Well, that's the legal age. That is the legal age. I never got carded before I turned to 21, and then after I turned 21, I started getting carded, which was the funniest thing ever to me. But, like, I had a beard in middle school, so that helps. It helps with the things. Yeah, we're just kind of in the mode where we're getting at a ton of native uprisings, so we actually do have to try and think about, getting some of this stuff. Mexico kind of wants in. I mean, we could give them an obligation, or we have an obligation, don't we? No, we could give them an obligation. Kind of don't want to give them an obligation. How expensive is this? 8K? That's not too bad. Let's bankroll them up. I think we're going to want to subjugate Bolivia, so The dono appeared a while back. Okay, I didn't get a noise for the dono. Maybe that's what the big noise was about, but I think the big noise was for the cheer. I'll do a poll on 3v3v3. I do like to decide things democratically. We'll do a poll on the 3v3v3. How do we like the new patch? So the new patch is a little bit rough. I'm optimistic that they fix stuff up. Right now it's like migration is bugged and performance is worse. But I anticipate they're going to patch these things out. And so what they've done that I really, really like, that they're not going to patch out because it's a feature, is that diplomatic plays are more transparent, which I think is one of the most frustrating things for newer players. Because their pies get randomly thumbed. It's like really obnoxious, and like there's no opacity to the plays, and they've made it a thing. Rise of Industry isn't saturated game for streaming. Hint, hint. I'm gonna write down Rise of Industry and take a look at it. But another thing is like, in order to really understand the game, I probably have to play several hundred hours of it. So like, I mean, I can start making tutorials like before then, but like, even when I made my first Victoria 3 tutorials, I definitely felt super weird about it. The only reason I was doing it is because there was like literal zero, or the tutorials were like from game release and they were really bad. Like most of the tutorials, like if you YouTube Victoria 3 tutorials, like the top ones that show up are still like the game release ones, and they're really bad. You feel like EU5 is good enough that at launch that a big time EU4 player switch over for longer than a week is very low? We'll see. I mean, if they do, I just get crushed. But like no one really like I don't even know how good an example is this because I don't know EU4 that well, but no one like Flory is playing like Victoria 3, or like no one who's like really, really strong at games is like playing a ton of Victoria 3. I guess the closest would be like Ludi. But I haven't watched much of his Victoria 3 stuff because I just like don't watch his stuff. I don't think I've watched any of it. But my understanding from what people have told me is that he doesn't understand the game that well. But I guess it's probably a matter of degrees. He probably understands the game pretty well, but like he is like the only guy who's like crossover big from something else, like in Victoria 3. Oh, actually that's not true. OPB as well, but I think OPB is more Victoria 2 rather than like a crossover, this type of thing. Another agitator. Oh no, the guy was onto something. The 3v3v3 sounds like a great idea, especially with some talented host. We'll have to find a talented host then. Thank you for the follow, Collectivist Utopian. We'll have to find a talented host. I don't know where we'll get one of those. That's a little bit rough. That might be a trick for us. Maybe a little bit tricky. Is it just me, or you have a surge in popularity? You reached 300 viewer peak, didn't you? So that's because 1.6 released, but yes. I mean, I guess I got a lot during the charity stream, but I was expecting to get a bigger bump during the charity stream. Although, yeah, but the surge I would attribute largely to 1.6. Overall, the trajectory of my like YouTube graph is the way it works is here we have to mirror it because it's backwards for you guys. I'll get a huge spike when anything new gets released, and then I'll slowly trend down, and then I'll get a spike when something new releases, and the overall trajectory is up. But it's actually like super frustrating because like almost every, or it's not super frustrating because I understand. Well, it's frustrating, but I logically understand why it is the way it is. But like I'm almost always trending down all the time, and then I just randomly have or not randomly. Whenever something new comes out, I have a massive spike. 1.6 came out is likely the reason. Exactly. Do you play simulators, by the way? I'm not sure what you mean by simulators. You mean like farming simulator, or like trucker simulator, or like something like this? This is supposed to be a rough simulation, but probably emphasis on the rough of the Victorian time period. Ooh, what's this? Java will transfer subjects. They'll transfer Perak or transfer states. Well, if we can get anything that's substantive. So they'll not transfer Central or West Java, but they'll transfer Javanese New Guinea, which really isn't too substantive, I don't think. Yeah. But this is a bigger chunk. Javanese Eastern New Guinea. What do they want help with? Kind of nothing that they're going to win anyways. We'll do that. Are you in touch with the Vicky 3 devs? A little bit. Have you ever given them suggestions? I left a lot of feedback during 1.5. I've been meaning to talk about local goods. I think that there should be an option to make local goods, market goods, in the pregame like choices. But I was suggesting this in the Discord, and I actually got way more pushback than I thought. So maybe I'm wrong. I just think electricity is so tedious. Especially if you're big. Is there any use in puppeting nations in South America? It's generally really strong. It's really meta because on a per infamy basis they have a lot of resources. Oh, maybe we should just transfer Perak, actually. Where is Perak? Thought it was over here. Is it here? That's it. Okay. Yeah, definitely do want them to have the march stuff. The march quickly. Just say gang like Ben Shapiro. Hey gang. Hey gang. Yeah, gang is gender neutral. You might be onto something here. And then tell everyone that facts don't care about their feelings or your feelings. Pops call us Pops. Hello, Pops. That's probably the true answer. That's funny. People these days are afraid to tip their hat and say hello, milady. Oh my god, the meme where it's like you're talking to someone who's like gender neutral or non-binary or whatever, and it's instead of milady, it's milady. Milady. It's like, please take it back. My eyes. Milady. Alright, did we clap any cheeks over here? I guess this Iberian army is here. We might as well make some use of it. Let's give them to that front. So Q. What's this Q thing and then a bunch of text? Oh, you're quoting someone else? Okay, yeah. Just me not understanding the user interface. Wow, okay. Chat's like going super fast. We're gonna try and catch up. Cider's good. Yeah. Calls discriminated pops and Patreon pops. This is the way. Wealth voting only. Is it worth it to do a world conquest and release as puppet? Do conquest on a territory and release as puppet, or should you always protectorate if you don't want to integrate? You should probably always protectorate. It's like 85% of the overall infamy unless you expect their pop to grow a lot. Sorry if dumb question, just trying to learn. Yeah, so generally speaking, the reason we protectorate and then reduce autonomy and do all this is because it's slightly less infamy overall, relative to just taking territory. And so it's going to be preferable. If you also annex and then release, you'll have to pay way more infamy, and we generally regard infamy as a resource. And so, because going high on it, well, I don't like to go high on infamy for a variety of reasons, but going high on infamy is going to cause some problems, so let's do this in Transvaal, I guess. In Aragon, just a few medium to small size ones. Which will cause this, but then this will go away. Is private construction queue still bugged? Yes, it is. 3v3v3, but it's a kamikaze fight. Don't know how that'd go. Thankfully, understanding rise of industry would help journalist gaming. It's basically input-output info dumps and connecting up the businesses. So what I'm probably going to get into that has supply chains is actually going to be Millennia. Because Millennia, I guess I would have to check when Rise of Industry came out and what its popularity level would be, but I think Millennia is going to be a popular game that's going to have not too many people making content for it. I guess we'll see how the 4K people go. You know, like Jumbo Pixel and the like. The best Victoria 3 player has like 50 APM at most. Shots fired at Ludi in a little bit. We do fire shots at Ludi sometimes. I'm just reporting what's been reported to me, because I haven't watched Ludi play. Also, I would not be shocked if people in Ludi's comment sections, this is an important point to make, my comment section is biased towards me, right? I would not be shocked if in Ludi's comment section they would like be like, you know, Generalist Gaming, he's super, super handsome, but he's not as good at the game as you, Ludi. You know what I mean? Something like this. If you picked up EU4 on streaming, I'd watch your streams. I like you a lot more than most Paradox streamers. Bro, some of these guys are so funny. But thank you. I guess I haven't watched a lot of streams. To be fair, like, videos are probably going to be funnier on average than streams. Ludi doesn't understand EU4 either, don't worry. I think he's really good at EU4. Or he was last time I checked, which was a while ago. Like, which is why, like, like, it's like... it's so unnecessary for you to, like, cut corners, let's say, if you're, like, that good. You just, like, upload something where you just don't look as good, and it's like, whatever. Not a big deal. Yeah, Luby cheater, basically. He's bold. But, like, I think he's definitely good at the game. I don't know. Damn, I've tried releasing conquered provinces. However, they keep the agitated pops when you spawn conquer. It turns into revolution in your vassal. Yeah, so, I would just subjugate them. I don't have that big a sample with specifically releasing because I just don't think it's a good strategy. Hi, you read chat here or only on YouTube? I only read chat on YouTube, Mr. Person from Twitch. Yeah, the truth hurts. I have a unified chat, but what I want is, I want to have something like over here that shows you guys all the chat from both. But I haven't been able to figure it out. I just managed to restore my alerts. I actually, like, super bricked my OBS a few days ago and, like, had to redo a whole bunch of stuff, and it took me several hours, and I was, like, really annoyed / agitated. Yeah. There's a do or die aspect to why those people are not playing Vicky 3 because of traditional Paradox. Vic 3 player is just not good. And if they, for example, remove unit micro from EU4, EU5, it will equally fail. I think that the unit micro, I think that Victoria 3's army system is generally regarded as a failure that people are going to stay committed to. Like, I think people outside the Vicky 3 space are like, yeah, we're not going to try that again, but inside the Vicky 3 space, it's like, yeah, this is what we want to do. And so, to be fair, I think they're trying to do something between, like, EU4 and Hoi, which, like, conceptually, if I were to suggest something in a vacuum, like, that might be the type of thing I would suggest. So, I don't hate the decision-making progress that I think went into this. So, I guess we can pass a law here, or two. Why are we making money? We could lower taxes, really start to try and push the migration, maybe. Yeah, but look at this, look at our chart. Like, the mass migrations seem to be way stronger. Or maybe it's just that the internal migration was so bad and now we're getting it. It just feels super, super good. Let's go women's suffrage here. I wonder if EU5 will be influenced by Imperator. Almost certainly. I think that Paradox learns from their mistakes in the design and this type of thing. Especially, like, if you've ever played chess, and you study your games after the games, the ones you study are the ones you lose. Because when you win, you're like, oh, I'm so handsome and good. And then when you lose, you're like, oh man, this is the worst. How could I avoid ever feeling like this again? And then you study. It's actually, like, hard to... It's a important skill that when you do well in something, you should, like, try and look back and see what you did wrong. But that's, like, really hard to do. You have to be like psychologically disciplined to approach things like this. I think we have this on auto expand. We do. We're just, like, kind of putting out fires over here. There's some people that have been doing multiplayer games and have a few hundred concurrent viewers. Yeah, I've seen that, like, on Twitch. I was looking at that. That's, like, the guy who does that is entirely holding down, like, the Vic 3 lobby, it seems like. Lathe plays a decent amount of Vic 3. Does he really? I don't know about any other big Paradox guys that do it. I like Lathe. Or I like his content when I see it. Vic 3 roleplay multiplayer could be fun. Maybe we should do more multiplayer comment. Get Marcos or Playa to co-host with you. I want... Bro, like, I've said to you guys, if you guys want to play, I'll try to do it, but none of you guys want to play, and then you're like, the three of you guys, and then the three of you guys are like, but we want more 3v3v3. So it's like, you want the 3v3v3, but you don't want to have to play it. Terrible. I wish I could find someone who does good RP CK3 streams. Really? This isn't out there? I'm a little scared to stream CK3 because, like, I was playing a mod, and I generally like to play modded CK3, and in the mod, and this was very, very concerning to me, it showed nudity, even though I had the nudity setting off, which is, like, how you get a strike. And so, like, that was just, like, I mean, I guess I could play vanilla. But also last time I streamed CK, like, I didn't do too well, so... Got very, very little views. So maybe that's not the thing to look at, but... How do you build late game? You slap down I use auto expand a lot. I just feel like the longer the game goes on, the more time to spend in the construction tab. Is there a macro way to build late game? Yeah, so, like, trying to set up auto expands throughout the game as you play that are going to be more efficient for mapping is like an important thing to do. So for example, let's find Antofagasta here. Let's find Antofagasta. Where are you? You here? So for example, here in a place that has a lot of sulfur and iron, we're building fertilizer, explosives, and paper, and this will be a lot better, and we've set them to auto expand. And so this will help to, you know, handle things. Now, we don't have enough labor here. That is a little bit of a problem, so there's that. But, oh, this is ineligible for mass migrations because it only has 10 arable land. God, that kind of blows. That's one of the reasons Antofagasta is always hard to get people to come to. It's because it's ineligible. That's going to be really bad for us because internal migration is broken. It's like all mass. But I guess they're going to pull up the attraction. But, yeah. Another, like, strategy you probably want to do is you don't want to, like, look at prices to determine what you build, but prices can kind of signal you. If you, like, understand where stuff's price equilibrium should be, you can take a look and be like, that doesn't look right. Like, for example, silk here should almost never be this expensive. We're importing it from a bunch of people. I guess we can import from more, but we have such a high silk demand, and we have access to pump jacks that we're going to want to maybe do silk. And then, like, also, well, let's actually do some silk. I don't think there's too many places we could build it. I guess we're okay building it in Guangdong here, but, because we don't want to build in the other areas, because we want the unused arable land modifier for migration, which is kind of, something we're trying to play around. But also what you can do is, yikes, we do want the gold. You can come in and, you know, sort by earnings and look at things, and keep in mind, construction is going to be very important, so if something has half the earnings, but it's half the construction, it's the same value. And what you could do is you can look for what has really high predicted earnings, and then try and build that. And then also when you're like, so for example here, food industry is really high, because we know food industry sucks, so we tend not to build very much of it, which actually leads to it just being disgustingly efficient. But what you can also do is you can like look for stuff, be like, hey, this says level 31. Once something, oop, I guess it's okay for stat, but once something's at like level 31, bringing it up to like 51 is a really important play pattern, because you have increasing marginal returns on what is it called, economies of scale. So let's do that as well. And so just kind of like this type of stuff, you can see it's like expanding up from auto expand, but we're just like looking at stuff that has really high earnings, like for example steel's insane, so we probably have underbuilt on steel. Now this wouldn't be as bad for us in terms of like the situation, Right now we're building for Mappy, so we're not building up to 51, but this wouldn't be bad if we had the private queue, because the private queue tends to fill in the gaps and build stuff that's like really efficient. And so when you have the private queue on, you will also tend to just like force your market to look a particular way and then let the auto queue fill in the gaps. I would say Ludi's not bad at the game, but I just feel like there's some simple things like controlling research spread that he just misses. Yeah. And, like, also, like, Ludi is, like, his editing is way better. He's more concerned with telling a story, and so, like, it could be the case that he's just, it doesn't make sense for him to, like, uber sweat the thing, right? Where he maybe can do it and understands it, but it's, like, it's not a sufficient trade-off to sweat, like, this particular thing. Let's exempt. You're the only one doing proper tutorials for Vic 3. This isn't true. Some people are doing tutorials very similar to mine with, like, better editing. They're, like, using some of the, like, there's some other tutorials. Although I think I generally can talk. I think I can put out tutorials faster because I don't, like, I don't write scripts, and then I don't do as much editing for my talking. Like, I generally can, stream of consciousness go through the thing, and so I think I can put out tutorials in much, it requires me much less time to put out a tutorial than someone else. Spacecraft simulators, highly recommend you try Kerbal Space Program during the streams. Interesting. Ludi seems to understand Vic 3 mechanics game loop, but has no grasp of whatsoever of detail. It's like it's only in one of his more recent videos he saw the mines of Transvaal. Wait, what? You didn't realize that Transvaal has like the gold mines? The hyper meta expand this place only place? Is private construction bugged? Yes, unfortunate. Oh my god, we're so far behind in chat. What are we supposed to do? I'm a rare specimen. Maybe we're not supposed to read every chat message now at this point. I'm a rare specimen that prefers Vic 3 in terms of paradox games. Ludi isn't my thing, and Lay's RPs mostly, so you're my favorite by far. Doesn't Ludi like RP, or is Ludi like just trying to play optimal plus memes? Maybe that's a better way of articulating what Ludi's doing. I mean, I don't watch too much Victoria 3 content because I'm like, most of the time I'm interested in Victoria 3, I try and make content instead of watch it because I think that's generally what people would prefer. We could go for an obligation. Or actually, yeah, we'll watch this with great interest, because what we're supposed to do actually here is we're supposed to probably subjugate Belgium after they're winning their civil war to get a much cheaper subjugation on them. And let's see, what is this for? Anglo-Indian Aristocratic Revolt. We maybe are supposed to join here with the idea of just leaving the play. But we'll be watching this. I suddenly remember you're in America when you start chugging from the 5-liter canisters. 5-liter canisters, excuse you. Don't you mean the 1 gallon? It's gasoline, it is gasoline. Isn't there a bug that you don't annex the Dutch East Indies when you form a United Netherlands? Is that a bug? I think that might be a feature. I think that might be planned, but you can, if you form it as the Dutch East Indies, then you annex the other 2 boyos. So you can, but it doesn't require any of the states in the Dutch East Indies, which is why it's not annexing it, even though it's primary culture, is my understanding. In late game, when all your, but I'm not 100% on that. In late game, when all your goods are cheap, I don't know which ones to prioritize. Should I just spend the most profitable ones? Generally speaking, but if everything's starting to get cheap, you should try and spend more money in the government. So late game, often you're running a massive deficit if you're trying to like optimize. But I think getting into like the back quarter of your debt thing is like probably a bad idea, just because sometimes you will spike a war that's like a little bit rough. We will risk a little violence. Yeah, let's risk a little violence. The women's suffrage. HH Victory 3 is your second favorite paradox game, but the one I understand the best. Will this run reach 1900? Probably. We're just kind of vibing, though. I think we're misplaying in a lot of spots. Trying to catch up with chat, like, more than anything. We are going to watch this with great interest, because if it looks like Belgium wins, we can get the subjugation for half the price, and if we're trying to restore the old Habsburg Empire borders, Spanish borders, this is going to be something that's useful and important. It's a gallon, that's right. It's funny, Americans measuring things like 3 hawk lengths and 1/17 of an inch, basically. Your 1.6 game makes crash on 1.6.1, that's rough. This is 1.6 started and it's not crashed, and we're on 1.6.1. But I apologize for your... Alright, we don't mind this change in clout. Good old positivist movement. Shapiro should be an agitator. That'd be quite the agitator. That'd be quite the controversy, putting contemporary people in. Also, like, it's like, what are we supposed to put Shapiro as? Because I know that, okay, so people who are fans of Shapiro, what would they put him in as, like, a traditionalist? And people who don't like Shapiro would make him, like, an ethno-nationalist or something? In a 3v3 kamikaze fight, the only winner if you have a double kill. Double kill. Alright, we finished some research with Gantry Cranes, which is going to be nice. Maybe we go a little bit of Miltech. Maybe. A little tempting to just go Zeppelins, though, here. Well, I think we're behind on the production tech overall. So maybe we're just supposed to go for... Well, I hate this play pattern. I think we're just supposed to go for electricity into all the electricity stuff. Something like this. We have a lot of unis, so we can go be pretty aggressive about going ahead of time on things. Well, someone was like... I had a discussion with someone and they were just like, was not a fan of building over 51 unis. I think that's incorrect, but... They seemed pretty adamant that 51 was like... Eating the inefficiency, I guess, was just not, like, something that was fundamentally worth it. I guess we don't have a war right now, so we could reduce autonomy, because we don't have a lot of infamy either, right? Yeah. No! Alright, whatever. We got a little bit of infamy, that's fine. 5 freedoms out of 11 guns per square healthcare. Basically, you're speaking my language, man. They nerfed GDP growth once again, Sag. I don't think they did. Although I suppose if migration's less efficient, they did, right? OPB has a real grasp of the game, I suppose. Yeah, I think OPB's focus is a lot different than mine, though. But I think he also is probably really good. I haven't watched too much of his stuff. Ligil, thanks for the follow. With OPB, I think he's, like, mainly interested in actually improving the game as a simulation of history than, like, exploring what the perfect thing is. Although if someone disagrees, let me know. Protectorate all 30 nations, that sounds fine now, but then you have to go down a list of 30 brat nations that refuse 40 annex plays. Yeah, just make your army bigger and they'll want to back down. We'll be playing EU5 if its economy trade system is cool. Like, honestly, I mean, I would be playing EU4 if I thought people would watch EU4. But the thing is like, it's already saturated and already, like, sunk in. I think if I play EU4, I won't get any traction. Like, if I tried to really push EU4 hard, I don't think it would go anywhere for me. So, yeah. Generalist gaming is super handsome. Thank God the other thing is humbleness. Yeah, basically. 100%. I'm the most humble of all the Paradox streamers. Ludi basically switches sides every war. Why? Why would you do that? Is that for the memes? Dynam would take a trade agreement from us. But would they take a trade agreement anyways? They would not. And this would also reset the wary thing. And we could just leave them, because they win this war anyways, so. Are you warming up to patch 1.6? I'm not as frustrated as I was having just played like 20 hours in like a 30-hour period. I was pretty frustrated a couple days ago. So like I would not be warming up to it if I thought that it wasn't going to change, but I think they're going to fix the problems in the near future, and then it's going to be good stuff. See you, thanks for the follow. So you annexed a few puppet nations at once, and the 3 other nations responded with puppeting annexing nations on themselves on the same day. Big dice. Just delete Twitch, says Magma. You're gonna agitate the Twitch people with comments like those. Good thing they can't read them. What's the meme? If they could read, they'd be very upset. But they can't read your comment. Except now they can't. No, the communist Belgium is winning. We don't like that. We don't like communist Belgium winning. That means we cannot get a super cheap annex of whatever, which is what we wanted. Unfortunate. What's this about? Bro, I'm tired of these. Tired of these complainers. We need to start annexing those guys so that it doesn't happen as much. Hopefully they can pull it out. Like, we really want Belgium to win this. They're probably not going to, though. Shoot. Yeah. Unfortunate. The idea of good subjective, of course. I want the Imperator AI-controlled armies for EU4. Is their AI really good? Ludi has complimented the army system, so we might have a change. What? Okay. I think Vic 3's biggest problem is the lack of timely updates. I mean, I would want the development to be faster, but that's, like, weird to identify as a problem. To me. Because that's, like... The problem is they don't fix problems fast enough. Oh my god, I'm so behind in the chat. Alright, let's go to the speed to watch some of this. Actually, let's watch the Pontiac thing. There. I feel like there's a new bug in this patch with naval warfare as battles start and end instantly. I noticed that too. I don't think it's a bug. I think that's an improvement. Like, if you have overwhelming, it just ends instantly. I think that's actually good. Johan specifically said he will never include mana points in another game after Imperator pushback. I didn't absolutely hate mana, but, like, I'm not, like, in love with it either. I thought, I didn't fully understand why everyone was so mad about mana. Vic 3's biggest problem is not getting past the 1900s. You didn't play in the full game, basically. I would love if there was a build-up to a world war type thing. Your playstyle is one that doesn't subjugate as many. As a former chess player, it's not exactly true. My mentor would show me the games I'd won, so I'd not get too cocky. Oh, he'd just, like, rip into you. But that's someone, like, teaching you. Right? Because they understand that, like, when you... you generally make a similar amount of mistakes as you win and you lose. It's just whether or not you get punished, or if you're the last one to make a mistake. Something like this. Is Belgium somehow winning this now? No, they're not. Rip the dream. Johan described EU4 as instant click gratification. I don't know why I can say that word. I've been spamming comments under your videos about birthrate expel spreadsheet. I really fatigue the +5 company bonus. So the thing is like the company bonus isn't flat +5. Okay, so if we take a look at pop growth here, actually, let's take a look at pop growth somewhere, like in an actual place. Right? You see the birth rate here? The 5% that I don't know specifically about. I'm not 100% sure. I have to double check this. But the company bonus, the Catholic, I know definitely the company bonus. I think the Catholic bonus and the laws bonuses are giving you a birth rate that is not additive with this, but is multiplicative with this. So 0.15%, like if you increase this birth rate by 15%, right? So it's 3.9 times 1.15. Then it's up to 4.48, which is like nice and all, but you'd significantly decrease the amount of migration you can get if you are not utilizing the workforce ratio. So if you go legal guardianship instead, you're going to reduce the migration you can get because the workforce ratio is going to make every worker more efficient, or it's going to increase the amount of workers you have per pop, which will increase significantly the SOL you can have per pop because of the workers. And so, there's that. But let's put that aside for a second. And also, you can get 10% if the Catholic is happy, right? So you could get plus 10 from powerful Catholics. Or is it plus 10? Is it only plus 2.5 or when they're not powerful? But okay. But the second thing is it's ridiculously hard to get the company bonus on the food industries because the food industries suck. And so using up a company slot, like, that's a pretty big investment. And then where is the food company? Oh, do we have a non-unique food company that's just radicals? Okay. But it's really hard to get the company bonus. And we would have it here just because we have, like, no food industries, but you're, like, giving up a slot is, like, a pretty substantive thing, whereas playing for the, worker thing, and it's, this is not additive. If this was additive, that'd be gung-ho, slam dunk. But it's not adding 5%, like, just flat. It's increasing this number by 5%, so it's increasing this 3.9%. It's multiplicative. I've seen the comments, though. I think I responded to one of them, and said that I don't think the company is that good. Did I see Wiz's post today? Internal migration bug is getting fixed. I didn't see this, but this is great. I'll play Generalist, you'll destroy me, but I'll play multiplayer with you. I prefer to cast it rather than play it, but I have to pull this, because I think some people want me to play it. The thing is if I play, it ruins the integrity of 3v3v3, so it has to be, like... I'd prefer not to make it competitive if I were to play. Generalist Gaming presents anti-revolutionary gaming. Big nice. Hello, Generalist Gaming. Hello, Prurik. We gotta catch up. Have I tried Kenshi? Briefly. So internal migration is bugged? Yes. One of the ugliest flags I have ever seen. Oh, come on, Constantine. It's not the ugliest flag. It's pretty bad, though. Belgium wants your help. Belgium calls for aid. Where was Belgium when the Westfold fell? The truth hurts. We will not aid them. To be fair, they're advancing here, so maybe... I mean, I guess we'll see. If it just becomes 2 countries, though, it might just become 2 countries. That would be not ideal. We don't really need the enactment chance, but lower strata in Bajos is not very valuable, because that's not a large percentage of our overall pops. Does anyone ever use Speed 4 or 1 in the game? I definitely use Speed 4 a lot when I'm streaming and I'm trying to read chat. 3v3v3 beginner lobby with tips from better players might be fun. Montu did the similar thing for Solaris. Maybe we could do that. I think in theory, like, it'd also be really cool to do a 3v3v3 where the teams were from different content creators' communities, but that's, like, probably a bit much to set up and stuff. With the mapping mechanic, is it wise to build buildings in every province and not put everything in one place? Say Philadelphia has both coal and iron, you should build steel there, yes? Yes. But you should prioritize places where your construction sectors are going to be really good, which tend to be places that have iron and coal, specifically. I use all 5 speeds, all the colors of the rainbow. Ludi save scums to pump out more videos as well. Yeah, I save scum too. Not a lot. Usually it's when something I think shouldn't happen, it does happen, but like, just to be clear. But I think, in particular, like way back in the day and why I stopped watching Ludi was because he was, doing stuff like that, but passing it off as legitimate. Like, I'm not playing as an Iron Man. I'm not pretending to play on Iron Man. If I was playing on Iron Man, I would probably try and be transparent about birding Although if I was birding a lot, it would get tedious to, like, refer to every single time I birded. But, like, Iron Man isn't, like, a true Iron Man because there's the birding thing. And, like, a lot of content creators bird. So, like... But, like, it's, like, playing Path of Exile, a lot of people just log out. Like, that's not, like... It's not in the spirit of the thing, right? So... I'm not sure we actually want to help here, but we might end up helping. Yeah, actually, let's capitulate. I think they have that on their own. Can we do any... Yeah, let's reduce autonomy. We didn't want to reduce autonomy in Java because it was a lot before. We just had a rev in Uruguay, so we probably don't have another, so let's maybe annex them. Just gonna check who might join. USA and Scandinavia don't like how oriented towards joining against us they are. Maybe we would just chill a little bit longer. So is the local price the one you should always look at? No, I mean the market price can be useful for understanding stuff, but like it's that local prices should inform your targeting more so than like you should look at every local price. So for example, in Antofagasta here, we know we have sulfur, so we have sulfur and iron, so we're building explosives, paper, and fertilizer here, but we're not building something like steel, but we are building steel in some place like Ecuador, which has coal and iron, and in particular, we are going to have construction sectors here, which we don't have in Antofagasta because the steel is here. And so it's just trying to, like, not necessarily uber micro everything, but like, when you're initially setting up stuff in auto expands, you do it in such a way that has the sensitivity of this. The story Ludi edits is never the one he advertises. Yeah, this is obnoxious, I think. Someone was saying that he, like, says he, like, conquers all of, like, he's like, I conquered all of Europe, and then he just forms Mega Germany. And then, like, it's, the thumbnail is, like, Germany being over all of Europe or whatever. I can't reach all of chat, suffering from success. Basically, I'm starting to skip over messages. Pretty sure that Ludi is a good player overall. I agree with this. But he plays on speed 5 with little pauses just to pump out more content. This would make sense. I also kind of blast speed 5 as well. And I definitely could play a lot better if I were to play slower. When I'm making videos. I 100% acknowledge this, but I'm also never in my videos am I trying to say this is as absolutely pushed as I could get. See, the thing is like, if you were to be as absolutely pushed as you could get, you would actually have to monitor this and be like, okay, which building do I need to finish first? And then you would cross-check profitability. You would never have just blocks of things. You would be weaving, like, you wouldn't want the glassworks in all these to finish. You would want, like, 3 glassworks and then 1 lead mine, and then 3 glassworks and 1 lead mine, and it would just be like this uber level of micro that I'm just like 100% not interested in taking. For clothing example, it's not bad to have in every state. Yes, this is true. Low level consumer goods in every state is decent. Just got here. When did France go communist? Long, long ago, when it was written in the earth. France went communist. Final products are good elsewhere. Yeah. Alright, if you guys are adding each other, I'm gonna stop breeding those. Freedom measurements. Sorry, I couldn't hear the sound of your leaders over my freedom. You just formed Poland and Lithuania in 1920, starting as Krakow and become #1 in the world. Big nice. Shapiro is a libertarian. Shapiro... I would not categorize Shapiro as a libertarian. I think Shapiro brands himself as a libertarian, but, like, when the rubber meets the road on, like, some policies, he suggests, like, stuff like he wouldn't have a problem with shotgun marriages being, like, a way that things were, like, enforced. I'm, like, overly paraphrasing, but, like, when it comes to, like, the law either encouraging, or, like, he doesn't think that it should be... he doesn't think it should be, like, law, but he says stuff like, I don't think it would be such a bad thing, and it's like, I think he is libertarian when it's, like, well, I would have to, like, review it and, like, make a strong consideration. I think that's how he thinks of himself. I don't think he is, like, yeah. but I think that he is definitely like socially conservative, and he doesn't have a problem with laws mandating for some levels of social conservatism. And this is like, yeah, with Shapiro specifically. At this point, you should voice chat with someone so you can read the chat with you. So you can someone read the chat for you. Can have someone read the chat with you. Oh, I don't think I'm definitely not that big. Like, I can't afford to pay someone. My hourly is still lower than minimum wage, just like in terms of when I'm working on content. Or minimum wage in my state. I might have passed national minimum wage, but that's like a pretty low bar. You started SPAIN to 1.6 and you're nowhere near this level. I just got the game a week ago. Yeah, the learning curve for this game is like pretty rough, I think. I think this is actually a really hard game to learn, generally speaking. Yeah, we're just, we're in the feels bad phase where you have unlimited native uprisings because you just got the malaria prevention. A libertarian that supports a ban on abortion doesn't seem very libertarian. I think you could be a libertarian and support a ban on abortion, but that's like kind of an example of some of the things I'm talking about in terms of being like socially conservative and thinking like I think that Shapiro would like well, this is like a bit of a tangent, but yeah, that would be an example. But if you I don't think the position's like incoherent necessarily, like for supporting a ban on abortion and being a libertarian, but I also think that he's like, he likes government intervention when it supports like kind of the way he looks at things a little bit. But to be fair, like I identify as a libertarian and the libertarians wouldn't have me either, so there's that. Broski will never reach 1895. Is that a challenge? He's supporting life though, which it should be a universal thing. So yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to if you believe in a soul, then you believe at conception the soul is created and that they're worthy of moral consideration. And if you don't believe, like, I think that if you are, you have to like, or you don't have to, but if you're pro-choice, this like significantly lends you to like, or if you believe in a soul, this significantly lends you to being pro-choice. On the belief that like they're worthy of moral consideration. I think a lot of people who are pro-choice are afraid to say what is their feeling, which is that they don't think that a fetus that's like 5 days old is worthy of moral consideration, which is like my position. I don't think it's that really worthy of moral consideration. The problem is I can't identify an exact line where a human life becomes worthy of moral consideration, but I don't think it's like worthy just by virtue of being human. Like a dog or a cat is more worthy of moral consideration than a 5-year-old fetus, or sorry, not 5-year-old, a 5-day-old fetus, in my opinion. You played Vic 3 for the first month as Norway. Stayed chill, got some nice Polish immigration. Game does feel better for sure. All right, big dice. What's up, Arcad? But like the point is like they don't consider it murder, and like one side considers it murder and another side doesn't. We have too much chat to get through to like unpack abortion, I think, though. Subjugating Netherlands is Dutch East Indies, very efficient play, but it's a big chunk of infamy at once. Yes. Germany formed? Germany did form. Germany formed super early. I think this was one of the fastest we've ever seen Germany form. And it was like a big caked up Germany. And then Austria-Hungary, and now it's back to Austria. So I guess discrimination does win. The truth hurts. Have you already done a video regarding increasing population size? No, because I knew that they were going to change migration, so I wanted to wait for such a thing to like come out. It looks like Belgium's losing this, which is unfortunate. Imagine playing EU5 where you can't manually control armies like in Vic 3. I don't think they're going to do that. I think OPB plays pretty optimally, but who's to say? Well, I think he like he constrains himself via RP, and so it's somewhat difficult to evaluate. Or the stuff I've seen of him, he does something, he recognizes it's not good, and he's doing it for RP reasons. And so if you recognize it's not good, then like that indicates you understand the game. What are we drinking? Motor oil. Yeah, it's delicious. Good to see you on Twitch. Hey, Sayuza. How's it going? Unborn fetuses aren't persons yet. That's a subject of contention. Some people think they are, some people think they aren't. Immanuel Kant, German philosopher Immanuel Kant, thought that even born children were not persons yet until they reached a certain level of cognition and were thus not worthy of moral consideration as a human. So you have to be like 6 or 7 or something until you're worthy of moral consideration in the sense that you're a human, and before that you're like some sort of subhuman animal. But like that's like, if you specifically believe in a soul, then you think as soon as the soul is created at conception that they're worthy of like moral consideration. If you don't believe in a soul, you don't have the same commitment. Did you know that the Bourbon dynasty in France is Spanish? So if you go Bourbon, you can annex Spain without radicals? Wait, what? Really? The Bourbon dynasty in France is Spanish, so if you go Bourbon, you can annex Spain without radicals? I was unaware of this. I did not know this. I mean, I've also not ever annexed Spain as France. Have you done, if I missed, thoughts on an update of the best states of the guide? Best states to build textiles, best states to build furniture because of mappy stuff? I haven't, but I'm gonna write that down. Best states to build X good. Right now, I have a poll up for a tutorial, and people want a standard of living, which is gonna be rough to do because, like, I think that's like either you have to split up a video and repeat yourself, or it's like a 1.5 hour video. iPhone democracy, big nice. Is France backing communist Belgium? No, they're not. Communist Belgium is just winning. Wallonia is the better state. It tends to have much better development than Flanders. AI tends to like kind of evenly do stuff, but Belgium's just losing here. And maybe they white peace, but we can't declare war on communist Belgium because it's not allowed. You're not allowed to declare war on a revolution. But if we were to, we would want to declare war on communist Belgium if we could, knowing that they're going to win this eventually. But we can't. Don't they do like 2-month Christmas break? Before that, a few months of summer break? They only work for half a year? Well, that's 2/3 of a year, right? I think it's 2 months, 2 months, no? But yeah, I mean, they have a lot of vacation. I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. But it is very frustrating if, you know... So, the construction queue bug, I think, is a really substantive bug. It's been in the game for like 5 months now. It's kind of really annoying. No wonder they work so slow. Victoria 3 peaked at 10k today. Oh, it's up? It's up? That's such good news for me, because that makes it so that all my videos do really good. When, like, the viewership is really high. That's really exciting that they peaked. Victoria 3 lacks late game climax stuff. Yeah, I wish there was this sense of, like, impending dread and unease as you're, like, trying to feed the machine. Like, that, like... like a psychological thriller element to Victoria 3 would be super, super nice. But we don't see that. Let's see. Do we have war opportunity to declare some wars here? And we have 11 infamy, so we don't need like a super big war. Reduce autonomy. Now, why can't we annex anyone right now and we can reduce autonomy specifically in Costa Rica but not anywhere else? Is this like, what is this about? I'm a little confused. What the fuck? That's so much more infamy than it normally is. What's Persia's hot map look like? Oh, they cranked up real hard. Yeah, so mass migrations just benefit them like a lot. So maybe you have to go after them early. Thank you for the follow, FMZ. Big nice. I mean, it's only going to get harder and harder, so if it's only going to get more and more expensive, so I guess we're maybe just not going for Persia. We probably want global interest, huh? So we can manage that if we... So we have another fleet here. Let's just add to it. Something like that. Okay, we gotta add 2 more and still be balanced. Maybe we add more light ships too. I think they can upgrade to monitors, but not after that. But I'm kind of a little bit more bullish on monitors after some reflection, so... I think we actually are okay having monitors in the late game, because monitors are way cheaper. And you want, I think, to have monitors in whatever your landing squad is. Because when you have to land a really, really fat stack, it's rough. It's insane that the private queue construction's been in the game for like, yeah, it's been in for several months, and it really like hurts gameplay. And they've said that they can't replicate it, but it happens every time. What's the number under the budget number at the top? It's Infamy. Infamy's there now. It's been moved. Was just doing a chill and build USA run at 1880, starting a mass migration from Mexico, too close to IRL. Oof. Do you think they, USA in particular seems to like get a whole bunch of juice? Thank you, Ascon60 for the follow. Do you think that they should add new journal entries? Absolutely, for insignificant and unrecognized powers to compete with major great power? I don't know. People always feel like some kind of way about this entire like dynamic situation, right? Which is that a lot of people think that you should be able to start as Gobir and conquer the world. And then a lot of people think that this should be impossible because that's a poor simulation, right? So like you have to determine how much agency you want to give the player and how unrealistic you want the thing to be, right? Because so already what's happened here, there's no way Spain does this historically, right? It's hard to like, but this is like an alternative history, and it's like, wow, look at you, the player, you're so handsome and smart, you managed to do this crazy thing. And it's like, well, you can give the player more strength, or you can make the game more realistic, and it's like, it's a trade-off, and different people have different opinions on like how much leeway you should be giving the player. Like currently it's really easy to just crush the AI. And I think maybe it should be harder. I don't know. But the point is you have to make the player feel... The idea is you want the player to feel more clever. You do not want the player to feel that the AI is just dumber. So something like this. It's like a trade-off thing. Maybe we protect our EU, because we know we want to go after EU. Well, let's see. There's a plus 10, 17 attitude from Brazil. This is kind of the big reason. I guess we maybe... And this has been the reason for a while. If we could pull Brazil into our customs union, this would be really nice. I think we're bankrolling them. No? Where is what we're doing with our... We're improving relations with Persia. I kind of want it in the outliner. I don't think it's there anymore. What all of our what things we're doing with this. Yeah, okay. We're rivaling Scandinavia. We could rival someone big. Kind of don't want to. One of these 400. To be fair, Austria is the least likely to have a really substantive navy and a lot of interest in areas. But we kind of don't want to get our pie fingered. Do you think... I wonder if mana is actually really appreciated by casual players. I didn't mind the mana. For me, it was like a game piece, like a game token. Like, it wasn't simulating reality. I didn't think it was simulating reality, but I didn't hate it. Like, it didn't grind my gears, man. Oil company better, so just go agrarianism. That says plus 50%, plus 5% birth rate. That's what we call a scam, Lamau. Yeah, well, I mean, it's plus 5% increased birth rate. So for anyone who plays Path of Exile, they're super clear with their percentage numbers. There's like increased modifier and there's a more modifier. And increased modifier is additively effective. And then more modifiers are multiplicatively effective. So more modifiers are really, really good. And it's like, I feel like the pop one implies that you're increasing this number like from 3.9 to 8.9%, which would be obscene. That would be so good if the food company did that. We would just slot the food company in every time, but that's not what it does. But you're also increasing the margin, right? Like, increasing birth rate by 15% increases the amount you're getting from births by a lot more than that, because we have like 0.8% that is the differential, and if we increase the differential to like, be 1.1% or 1.2%, that's like a pretty big deal. So maybe we should try playing in this way at some point. But right now, I think that a bigger driver is migration, because once the people migrate, then they continue growing. And so I think you really care a lot about the migration, because you have to, when you're considering the value of migration, you have to consider that people migrate to your country and then they grow. And so, like, more migration leads to more pop growth. Already formed Iberia, yeah. I think the mana analysis of Imperator was just overinterpreted. Mana in games isn't bad. Imperator 1 had some immersion breaking mechanics. Not fantastic in Vic, but maybe be down for some multiplayer. I will pull it. We'll write that down. Yeah. By the way, yeah, you disagree with the mana thing. Mana in PDX is one of the worst mechanics. I mean, I'm not saying I want mana in things. I'm saying I don't mind it. But yeah, I also could just have poor taste. This is true. Bird? Yeah. Oh wow, we're super far behind if we're talking about birding. Holy shit. Love playing 3 speed and playing slow, but that's a snooze fest to watch. I often play speed 5. Like, we would be playing much faster if I was, like, caught up with the chat, but I want to try and catch up with the chat. What are we even researching right now? I think we're on electricity grind. I hate that. It's going to be so much micro once we get to it. Let's see how this is going. This is like a common occurrence where like a war happens here and you really care about it. I suppose we could bankroll. We could bankroll Belgium in hopes that they figure out a way to win. Except we can't, because we have bad relations. Enough about Penn Shapiro, let's talk about Abby Shapiro. Jesus. Common Generalist W take. I have no idea what that refers to, but thank you. Should I vote for the senile rich neoliberal globalist or the senile rich neoliberal nationalist? I've been saying it for a while. We really hate the fact that our candidates over the past like 10 years that we've gotten in the United States, in my opinion, suck super hard. Like both of them. I think we go maybe compulsory primary. We send the children to school. But yeah, that's like, I'm gonna write in for this election. Also, I live in Southern California, so it's, I would probably feel different about it if I was a battleground state. But the thing is like, the two-party system's super broken, and like both the RNC and the DNC get so much money from corporations, and then they're just like, they prop up only people who toe the line, and so like you don't have people who are actually trying to improve the country, but people who are trying to please the DNC or the RNC, and the DNC or the RNC is effectively beholden to corporate interests, and so you just have to get the money out of politics. And the only way you do that is maybe by making it so that someone from neither the DNC or the RNC wins. But then everyone's like, oh, you voted third party, you threw away your vote, which to some extent is true, but like to another extent, when a critical mass of people are start throwing away their vote, throwing away their vote in that way, eventually you get something done. But yeah. Oh, we keep forgetting we wanted to go for Morocco and try and maybe if we ever fight France, refeed all this back to Morocco. Mechanics-wise, is communism a strong gameplay choice? Gameplay choice? You mean is it strong to go communist? Council Republic's pretty good once you get a really high GDP. I don't know the exact number because you care about multiple things simultaneously, both standard of living and investment pool. But after like 800 million, it's probably good unless you have a huge customs union. But command economies basically has to be like, you have to have under like 300 or 400 million GDP for it to be good. You despise Biden, but you wouldn't have him as commie agitator in Vic 3. He would definitely not be a commie in Vic 3 if you were trying to represent Biden. I mean, I think that there should be, like, a neoliberal ideology that's, like, late capitalism or, like, neoliberal, like, economic system that's, like, post-laissez-faire. But, it's probably not important. I feel like with most people, including all these political commentators, it's very much depends on what angle you're looking at them if you want to say what they are. Yeah. The thing is like, I think it's a little cool to be a libertarian. But like, also the libertarians wouldn't have me. But, like, everyone wants to call someone something that's, like, either supportive or makes them look good if they like the guy, or, yeah, drags them down if they don't like the guy. I'm sure some people will join the VC for the fun of it. Doubt would be after cash. Oh, I just saw the thing. Ryan Garrett, thank you so much for the donation. We're super fire behind in the chat. Much appreciated. I will try and keep up the big work. I mean, the good work. The great work. But isn't it really, truly the big work? Beno Shapiro is an integralist and a market liberal. That would make more sense to me. Yeah. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think him being a market liberal would make sense. Don't know if I could stay the whole stream, though. Yeah. iPhone Biden, in the European point of view, is a social liberal. I think that's... So, it depends exactly what you mean by social liberal, but yeah, I think that's probably a relatively fair characterization. I lean towards pro-life, but I personally don't believe the soul exists at all. Yeah, I think you could be pro-life without believing in a soul, but I think if you believe in a soul, that really, like, moves you in the direction of, like, that sort of commitment, right? Or this is kind of like how I look at it, and like, how are you guys doing here? Oh, they can't be ticked below 0? Can these guys be ticked below 0? They can't, so maybe we go after Belgium here. Let's take a little bit of a save, just in case we maybe get an opportunity. 5-year-old's crying right now, basically. I mean, Immanuel Kant went hard in the paint, man. But like, what makes me uncomfortable about Immanuel Kant's position is that it looks like we would have to fight Italy to get Morocco. Anyone else though? I think we don't mind fighting Italy. I think this is super whatever. We will recall the Navy though. Probably want to actually start merging some of these squads. Let's just make one secondary navy and just like merge them all with that. I think we've even split off one of these just so that we can do landings, but we'll reunite this. The Dems are center-right, FYI. Relative to... Well, so it's all going to be relative to something else. Like, Dems aren't center-right in the context of the US. In the context of, like, the Western world, then, yeah, they're center-right. But, like... in the context of, like, the entire world, they're very much on the left, right? Like, the Western world, like, in Europe, like, in, you know, yeah. These guys are going to be generally way far left of, like, the Middle East, or Asia, or, like, you know, Africa, right? And so, like, it depends which context you're comparing them to. But if we're comparing him to, like, the Western world, where we're talking mainly, like, Western Europe and the United States and Canada, then, like, yeah, he's center-right. But in the United States, he's left. In the context of the world, he's, like, left. But, like, left-right is also just, like, perhaps, like, not the most, like, compelling distinction. 5-year-old fetus. Crazy. Leaning pro-choice but don't know what the line is. I think a lot of people are, like, a lot of people just, I think most people in the United States think that, like, Plan B isn't murder, like, a majority. And it's, like, more a question of where exactly is the appropriate line where you are okay with abortion, and then, like, the right gets painted as saying no abortion categorically ever, and the left gets painted as saying, like, you can abort at 9 months, which most people on the left are not of that opinion that that's okay. And a position that I think a lot of people take is that as soon as the fetus is viable, like, as soon as it lives outside the womb, then you're not allowed to, like, slay the fetus. I think this is the most common position. And then before then, I guess you can slay away. The idea being that if the fetus can live without the mother, then the mother is morally responsible to ensure that the fetus leaves her body in such a way that gives the fetus a chance to live. But that's, like, in terms of not knowing where the line is, that I think is the common line. Lube the gears, bathe. Yeah. Yeah, Kant was a savage, but, like, the problem with Kant's ethical system, we actually might do an ethics stream, like, on Twitch and the Ideas YouTube. But the problem with, like, Kant's economic system is that it only says what you can't do. It doesn't say anything about what you're morally compelled to do. You're never morally compelled to do anything, according to Kant. Kant trying not to be a hardline moralist, impossible challenge. 6 or 7, I'd go for more like 4 years like that. Yeah, but 4-year-olds are real dumb from Kant's perspective. German philosophers were wild, and they were. Like, their monarchs in Spanish culture. Yeah. Let's see. Since when can Austria-Hungary go back to Austria? I've actually never seen this before, but I remember them being Austria-Hungary before. My guess is that they went back to citizen... I guess maybe it's a revolution? Something like this. Cali is a good textile state. They're pretty strong, yeah. I would prefer to have access to silk or dyes, but you have, like, a ton of cotton potential. I mean, Cali would be better for, like, the entire sulfur chain, in terms of what you're looking at, but the fact that they have cotton and can make a lot of it, like, they can 51 it. Watch DS9 and then ask yourself if the soul exists. I do not believe in the soul, so... as a general thing. But I am sensitive to the fact that some people do believe in the soul. So, like... I also think if you believe that the country should be secularist, you should not make legislative changes on the basis of belief in the soul. But nobody wants to take up the mantle of trying to argue that fetuses aren't human, which is like, yeah, the thing is, it's like one side views it as murder and the other side doesn't. What's your opinion on Suez channel in Vic 3? It should be better. It shouldn't be better. Yeah, it should be way better. Cali's just an awesome state overall. Yeah, we're talking about in-game. I mean, I don't have a problem with I like California, but I think that you're referring to in-game right there. That Europe is too clean for Vic 3, Germany, Italy, Scandinavia, Iberia form. It is super clean. We're about to dirty up the waters a little bit, though. I think we don't put any war goals on Italy so that we can enforce faster. I think we take war reparations from Morocco, though. And ban slavery in Morocco. They're really unlikely to back down at an uncertain level, but we'll see. See how it shakes out. Why don't we put this in here? We have a strong trade unionist group, don't we? Yeah, or they're at least demarginalized. And they're also enlightened royalist based. Frostpunk does the impending dread as you feed the machine really well. Yeah, that'd be sweet. Love to listen to Ode Triunfal by someone. We go for Habsburg Spain. This is kind of the hope that we want to do, which is kind of why we're eyeing this very hungrily. It looks like they can enforce on... we're going to actually load here. We're going to load. We're not going to do the Morocco War. This is why we made that little save point, because we wanted to watch with great interest what was going on with Belgium. This is a super good opportunity. Hands off Go Beer, they're just trying to get analytic philosophy. The player can't steal in-game money, of course they'll spend it all on construction. We build. Yeah, so we're just gonna kind of watch this for a little bit. Love your YouTube videos, thank you. Keep up the good work, thank you. So one thing I have about the new outliner, you can't see where your diplomacy goes, and you have to pin like every country individually. That's rough. Chat is down bad for the handsome generalist. That's right. I wonder how they decayed. They decayed that last 80% real fast. That's so curious. I wonder why that is. Let's see how much they're getting a tick. -2. Oh, I guess the casualties are mounting. Yo, hey Oliver. Is Great Qing easy mode? No. Great Qing is actually a little tough because you have to understand some things. But they are probably the strongest start in the game. So to that extent they are easy mode. But you have to like understand how to win the Opium War a little bit. It's kind of hard if you lose the Opium War. And you have to repeal poor laws immediately. If you don't repeal poor laws, you're going to have a bad time. So, every presidential candidate has been bad since USA existed. Every presidential candidate has been bad since USA existed. Do we think that's true? I think Jimmy Carter was alright, morally speaking. Heroland for Iberian Tanganyika? They want to give us Heroland? They want to give us British East Africa. British East African Heroland. No thanks, my guy. For Tanganyika, how about not? We would trade for your Tanganyika, though. Will you give us Tanganyika for Kenya? Oh, we can't. We gotta wait. Last good president was Clinton. I really dislike Clinton on a like moral level. I don't necessarily have an enormous problem with the way he managed the country, But I think the way he let that guy who was mentally handicapped get executed, really, Billy Ray Rector, or yeah, I think it was Billy Ray Rector, in order to appear tough on crime when he was in what is it, I forget it was the Senate or governor's race in Arkansas. I thought that was pretty disgusting. The guy, like, did not know what was going on and should not have been executed. Like, he told the guards, like, he had his final meal, and he was like, he had his pie or whatever, and then he left the pie, some of the pie, and when the guards got him to execute him, he told the guards he was leaving it for later. It was like, that guy did not understand what was happening to him. But Clinton wanted to appear tough on crime, like that guy should have been. Yeah. Also, yeah, we don't like Clinton here. Or I don't like Clinton. Clinton did, like, balance the budget, though, I guess. New Victoria 3 idea, corrupt politicians, all the politicians. If you think Biden's communist, you've been eating too much right-wing propaganda, says Henrik. I think this is also the correct. Biden has never declared anything that is remotely the case that he wants to move to a communism. And this is, like, hyperbole, right? Just because he is more in the, like, social, like, Democrat direction, which is further away from just complete hands-off. It's like, his position is not a communist one. Remotely close. Can we get Tanganyika for anything we can give you? Here, let's try doing the reverse. Let's offer you Heerland. My guy. Let's see Paul Allen's Heerland. We'll offer Kenya if we see it. I'm surprised at the very, like, distinct lack of, like, can these nuts fit in your mouth jokes regarding Kenya, because Kenya comes up so often in Wiki 3. Or Kenya, you know, is one of these D's nuts jokes, but we never see it. Whitefinger20, thank you for the follow. Neoliberalism began much later with Milton Friedman and others in 1970. I guess I would have to look into this, but you might be right. I do think that there should be... I think that my problem is that most people think that interventionism is like a sort of accounting of an economic system where you are regulating monopolies and this type of stuff, and I think that that's not what interventionism was about, and that was like a post-laissez-faire thing, and that in order to give more choices, I mean, like, multiculturalism didn't appear in game either, and so having like this post-laissez-faire thing where you're believing in regulation and externalities, I think would be a decent shout. Also super low priority, in my opinion. Believing in the soul doesn't mean ensoulment at conception. No, it doesn't necessarily entail it, but I've never seen I haven't seen I haven't seen an example to the contrary. But no, it doesn't logically entail it. I've never seen anyone who believes in a soul that believes that the soul, someone gains a soul at anything other than conception. I'm not asserting that everyone who... I'm not making an assertion regarding people. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. So I think at like minus 30 to 40 is when we were supposed to Dow here. Being able to see what will likely happen before you declare war is a blessing. Yeah, it's such like... This is like... For me, this has literally been my biggest complaint for like the past like close to a year about the game. Should have been there from the get-go. Yeah, I think that this has 100% been my biggest complaint for like forever. Old liberalism is not modern neoliberalism for sure. Yeah, this is my main point, and I think that like, so the way I look at it, we're not gonna do alliances because alliances blow right now. But the way I look at it, like, interventionism is like just a start condition, like traditionalism is, and it's like not viable or good. Agrarianism's bad for like a different reason, but like I view it as just like not quite, like, inefficient laissez-faire, which I think is how the game, like, simulates it. And I think that people want, like, some sort of government finger on the scale thing, but I think that it's, like, a post-laissez-faire thing, not a pre-laissez-faire thing. Plan B does not cause abortion, it prevents fertilization. I think some people would, like, disagree with the characterization. I'm not, like, a doctor of that kind, so I can't even begin to, like, unpack it. But here, the whole idea we're watching this super carefully is we can protect them for 12 infamy instead of 24. And so this is why we've been watching this guy's with great interest. We don't care who's going to join. So Russia's going to join against us, it looks like. But we don't give a shit. Canada, maybe. Doesn't matter to us. This is so worth it. The Eastern European perspective is pretty much in the entire American political spectrum is left-wing. Yeah, so it really depends on what, like, type of context you're looking for. I feel like often, like, it depends on the context. If your context is the Western, like, Germany and everything east of that in Europe, or sorry, west of that in Europe, and Canada and the US, if that's your context, then, like, all of USA is conservative. If your context is, like, if your context is, like, the Middle East, then, like, we're psychopathic, like, every single one of us psychopathic liberals, like. It takes 1 to 3 days after sex for an egg to be fertilized. Plan B prevents this, but won't kill a fertilized egg. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think, I know people, like, think that conception happens at a different time than this. But, like, I'm not, like, I don't have the ability to verify or anything like this. Who joined? No one? Okay, yeah. I think we want to put in war reparations at the very least. Make them a little bit more likely to back down. They almost never back down instantly. Is India right? Is China right? Is Japan right? Is South Africa right? Nigeria right? I would say most of the world is fairly left compared to the Democrats on state subsidies and state ownership. On state subsidies and state ownership. So there are very few, almost no social programs in China, just to be clear. Like, and they have, at this point, almost completely moved to, like, a capitalist economy. So I would disagree. Like, I know more about China's economy than I do, like, other countries. But I think, like, when you're saying left or right, you're referring to both economics and social. And, like, India socially is to the right of the U.S., and China is to the right of the U.S. socially. I don't know about Japan. Is South Africa? I don't know enough about South Africa and Nigeria, but I know generally speaking, Africa is, like, but, oh, to the left of fairly left compared to Democrats. On state subsidies and ownership. Yeah, I don't know. I would have to... Actually, well... China really doesn't have that many social programs. I don't know. On state subsidies and ownership. They definitely have state ownership. A lot of state ownership. But they operate using a market system. Like, so it's not like... I don't know how you would want to put that. I'm not even sure unpacking it in terms of left-right is correct, but, like, that's kind of like what we're doing. Please just back down, my guy. Well, I don't think we want to put a ton of war goals in on Russia, and I think Russia's the one who's likely to join, so let's just put an open market and hope they back down. We also might have mistimed it. This is kind of an annoying thing. I guess we don't want to... We want them to finish the war before they back down. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's fine if they don't, but... It's less messy if they finish the war. This is like the... We've had several revs in Pontiac now. I wonder if they just don't have a thing. What do I think about the swaying thresholds? I think they're pretty good in most cases. Native Uprising in particular just seems wonky. Like, you can almost always get Chile and Argentina for free, and I think that's a bit of a problem. What is this? Mexico wants to join our customs. Big nice. I think we're not going to get intermarket migration from Mexico. Because they have they have migration control, so I think this now bricks all of our migration. Or something like this. And like, I don't know, they have some intermarket migration. The 4 people. But I think we do have Mexican communities and they're not, yeah. Alright, it looks like maybe no one joins. Both parties in the American have the same foreign policy, so folks that live abroad don't see the difference between the two. They have generally similar. They're starting to come apart. Like, the right is becoming much more isolationist, and this is like a relatively recent movement. Is just generally very isolationist, or is moving in that direction, which is the right used to be more interventionist, so it's a bit of a U-turn relative to the left. This looks much like so much Spain. It is a lot of Spain. Is nitroglycerin a good PMs for mines? Yes. Any tips for people attempting the Romanian run? Try and get to the coast if you can. Probably buddy up with Austria, look to beat up the Ottomans and get to Bruges relatively early, so you could do some of the really efficient expansion into South Africa and like Borneo. I think you're probably way too small to do the Peru thing. But maybe if you get big enough fast enough, you can do the Peru thing. There are a lot of small map areas that need fixing. Yeah, this is less my purview. But when I notice it, I guess. I don't know. I guess we want to mobilize so that they, like, much more likely to back down. They're pretty fearful. You know. I think Jimmy Carter was the best person we've had as president, but his presidency was abysmal. This is kind of my understanding. You know, but he gave up his peanut farm. I would not mind having a president that I thought had a lot of integrity at this point. I might write in Jimmy Carter. Which is more of a protest vote than anything. Jimmy Carter's 99. I don't want Jimmy Carter to actually be president, but it's the matter of, like, he gave up his peanut farm when he became president. He, like, eliminated his conflict of interest. He has, like, dedicated his life to philanthropy post-presidency. Like, he was not about power. He was about being, like, an actual servant of the people. Charles says I liked Reagan. I don't have a strong opinion on Reagan. There's someone I know who's an economist who really doesn't like Reagan. He's a PhD in economics. Like, really hated Reagan's, like, economic policies and thought they were stupid. But I don't know enough about it. Panamanian withdrawal makes sense in an ethical sense? Yeah. I agree. Joe Biden on his deathbed illegalizing the stock market would be so funny. That'd be a weird kind of funny, but yeah, that would be... There's 100%, like, Joe seems generally down with the corporations, so... Alright, this is super nice. We're getting Belgium as a puppet for 12 infamy. Funny stream idea. Tutorial co-op stream with a new player. I've actually thought about this. Watch and advise, but you're banned from saying the word construction or implying to build construction. The fuck? This turned it from a good idea into a bad idea. Regarding socialism, what puzzled me most is that Americans see universal healthcare as socialism. Well, I mean, it depends how you define these things. Right? Like, it's like, people often walk past each other with their definitions, which is, like, not ideal. So, like, you have multiple groups, like, meaning completely different things. I think we want Lima. Oh, we want the Lima ones first. Because we might want to slot in the company. We do want to slot in the company, so we want to finish the Lima ones very first, so... We want to use the company, so we want to do the Lima ones first. But like, what's hilarious to me is when people call like when people say it's like China when referring to universal healthcare, because China doesn't have a lot of social programs. What they do is they like just don't tax people. And I kind of like China's tax system. China, so like in the U.S., we get like 20% of our taxes from corporation, and like 80% from, this is like oversimplification, the numbers aren't perfect, but then like 80% from people. With China, it's like the reverse, where like 80% of the tax comes from corporations and 20% comes from the people. There's basically no income tax. You have to be super, super, super rich to pay an income tax in China. And their tax system, I think they use a VAT tax, a value-added tax. Or is it China that uses VAT? It might be a value-added tax, but not consumer end. I forget exactly how it goes. But the point of a value-added tax is you can't dodge it. Like, you can't do this thing where you borrow money against your shares of a stock, and then you never end up actually having to declare any income, and you just get paid in stock options. And since you never sell the stock, you never have an actual income, which is how the super, super wealthy do it in the US. They don't pay any taxes. But instead, what a value-added tax does is like, effectively, you tax goods when they are sold and goods when they move up the production chain. So if I make a car out of steel and I buy the steel from someone, I have to pay a tax on that steel. And then when I sell the car, I have to, whoever buys the car has to pay a tax on that car, but less the price of the steel tax that's already been paid. And so at each point in the chain, you have to pay the tax for the good. But the idea is this encourages companies to report, because the car making company has to report. That way they can sell their car effectively for less because the tax has already been paid. And so the fact that they're reporting the tax they already paid to the steel company makes it harder for the steel company to evade their taxes, because you're incentivized by the other company upstream to keep your books clean and this type of stuff. And so it's self-enforcing. There's also like no loopholes in the system, because if you're super wealthy and you're taking on debt against your shares in order to spend a bunch of money without it having to be declared as income, you still have to pay the tax when you spend the money. Embargo's supposedly broken. Just made the switch from YouTube to support Twitch some. Thank you very much. White finger. It's crazy how it seems like just a few weeks ago you hit 10K on YouTube and now you're coming up on 20K. Yeah, the progress was like exponential. Really, I'm expecting to pop off super hard when Spheres drops. I'm so excited. Someone said earlier that there's 10K players today that have peaked at that. Because what that means for me is like, I was super disappointed earlier in the week when it was only 5K players on the day the patch dropped, but I guess it just had to wait for the weekend because now a lot of people are playing, and this is like really good for me. It means like I get a lot more views of this type of stuff, and finances are better. I'm looking to buy a new car at some point in the near future, so like that helps out a lot. And by a new car, I mean a used car that's the one that I did not previously own. The Panamanian state was still under-equipped to manage the update of the canal, see the current issues with water management, and so instead of fixing the problem, they increased capacity. I don't know too much about the canal, or Carter's presidency, because this is an extension of that discussion, but I do know Carter gave up the peanut farm, so for me, he's like a symbol of like anti-corruption as far as presidents go. I believe Lord Zeno told a bunch of aliens to drop their souls in a volcano. This is true. We should have maintained paying them and been ethically raised their share, but giving up control was a poor choice. Yeah, I don't have an opinion on this, but sometimes like the ethical choice is a poor choice. I guess would be like kind of something I'd point out, but I don't have an opinion on the Panama Canal specifically. This whole patch is Spain without the S. That's kind of what I was implying. I'm feeling a little bit better about it today, though. I think just playing 15 hours, like, or I think I played like 17 hours within a 30-hour period, and then I was just like super bummed out about like it being buggy, and it is buggy, but like they're gonna fix the bugs, and so then things will be good, I think. But I don't think I'm gonna start a run on like the YouTube like things until after they fix some of the stuff. I think we're only just gonna stream and do the Spain run. Obama was good, no? He was okay. I was less interested in politics during the time of Obama, so I don't have a super clean unpacking of Obama. but I think that, roughly speaking, he was good. I think that I have problems with some of the levels of his interventionism. So I definitely have some problems with Obama, but of all the presidents that we've had in my lifetime, which starts with Clinton, or maybe, yeah, I think it starts with Clinton. Obama was my favorite, but like in 2008, I supported McCain, and I would have preferred McCain, and post hoc, I would still prefer McCain. So there's that. I think my preference is like if I were to think of my preferences for like every single election with all the knowledge I have now from like my birth or whatever, or from 2000 on, I probably would have liked, I probably would have liked Gore and Kerry, and then in 2008 liked McCain, and in 2012 liked Obama, and then 2016 I hated both Hillary and Trump, so I would have wrote in, I don't know who I write in there. And then 2020 I did write in, and then 2024 I'm going to write in again, so I guess that's rough. But if I have to support one, yeah, if I had to support one in 2016, with the knowledge I have now, it would be Hillary, but with the knowledge I had then, it would have been Trump. And then 2020 would be Biden, but like kicking and screaming. And then 2024 probably Biden, but yeah. Simon Funch gives 50 DKK. What type of currency is that? I've never seen that ticker before. Thank you so very much for the future very loud car outside. Big nice. Literal modern day tariffs. It's a little more complicated, but yeah, it's kind of like that. But you're taxing, you have no income tax is like the important thing to emphasize. So you're paying your taxes at the site of your consumption, not at the site of you making money, which makes it so that it eliminates loopholes. Like, my biggest concern is the elimination of loopholes, and so like I think it does a bit of a time. Maybe we just merge this with our other stack to make it an uber big stack. Yeah, let's just do that. Or let's leave one. Let's just merge the 10. Oh, we can't because it's a naval landing. This is fine. Maybe we let this battle finish. No, we're losing this battle anyways, so let's do this. Let's cancel the naval invasion. Let's merge the squads, and then renew the naval invasion. It looks like we're not getting in there. Naval landing is hard. They do have skirmish in all the yard. But thank you so very much, Simon, as well. I always feel like I'm being underappreciative when people donate. I forget that people teleport back now. This is not what we like. This is not what we're about. This is like a new change where if you get moved off of a front, you get teleported back. Does migration not work? It doesn't work fully properly. Some of it's working. Intermarket migration, there's a lot of things that break it. It appears to be how it works, but it's the exact nature of the bug is somewhat opaque to me, so just a heads up on that front. I think it would be. But we're getting a ton of migration from mass migrations, but it seems like, yeah, look at this line. It seems like this is kind of the new meta, is being really mass migration heavy. Which is actually one of the reasons why we're like using so many greener grass campaigns. Let's get rid of that consumption tax. That's probably a mistake, because now we can't put it back in if we wanted to. Shoot, oh well. I guess we can increase the budget, or increase taxing this type of thing. Maybe actually we put in we don't even want to tax services anyways, we want to tax something else that pays out relatively high, like porcelain. Probably good. I'll never understand how the U.S. has an income and a sales tax and not either or. It seems like you're just being double taxed in your income. Well, so some states have... I think that not every state has sales tax. I can't remember on this. Or I don't think there's a federal sales tax. So that's... the reason why there's a lot of like differences between taxes is because there's state tax and federal tax, is my understanding. Check out Europe, we have taxes for everything. Here in Brazil, we are working on a tax reform that will implement VAT tax. Yeah, so I think value-added tax is like generally more fair and it's harder to dodge, is a big reason why I'm a fan of it. But like, it'd be so hard to put through the US because all the corporate hacks, sellout politicians would just like vehemently oppose that because it specifically makes it harder to dodge taxes, and those are the people who like... If you're a corporate sellout, the people who like have a lot of money would not want a VAT because it's hard to dodge, and you can't just have loopholes and end up paying like 8% effective or whatever when you're a billionaire. Like, I think they should reduce income tax and put in a VAT tax. All right, I guess we'll have to. Are you not merging? Oh, we can't give you the order to merge and then you merge because we're doing a landing. Alright, let's cancel this then and then merge and then try again. We also might be able to start incorporating some of these things that we were not incorporating before. They have high enough. So I think we did incorporate Zulia. But we might be able to incorporate stuff like Miranda now. The big thing being the turmoil. So there's no turmoil here. And so it's got a reasonably high on that. But what we can do is, now that we're going to be moving that direction, we can kind of build up on this stuff. Alright, we have the rails, the port. I guess we can't even employ these up, but we can increase the available employment for the modifier. So let's do that. Your next game, can you try and build tall early in the state so there are vacant workplaces? I think there will be much internal migration. We'll see how it works, but I'm super excited for, like, I think we might try and build tall run because I think the new migration system helps for building tall. Obama ruined lunch. That's the only impression I have of him. Oh yeah, getting rid of the like, that was more Michelle, right? But getting rid of the sodas and this types of stuff. Bernie Sanders 2016. Yeah, so I think I wrote in Yang. Yang actually supported a value-added tax, notably, which is kind of something we're talking about. But I would not, knowing what I know now, I would not write in Yang then. I would have probably wrote in Bernie. Or, I mean, in 2020. Yeah, I guess... I would have yeah, I didn't vote in 2016, but I would have voted, like, probably third party. I was just disgusted by both the candidates. Now, you're supposed to merge, my guy. Why are you not merging? What was this about? I could just click all? No, wait. Okay, so now you're way bigger. And we should be able to land. But the reason I liked Yang is because he was part of a tech corporation. I thought AI was going to be really important, and I wanted a much younger candidate that had some background with, like, AI type stuff. According to your understanding, the Obama foreign policy was in line with everything before him, pretty much. But his social advances were good. I only really became politically cognizant in 2019, though. Yeah, so this is the biggest thing. Like, I don't have a very strong grasp overall of what Obama did. I think he was a little bit gung-ho. A stat that gets referenced is that he dropped more bombs than any other American president. I think that maybe he intervened a little bit too much in the Arab Spring stuff. I don't like that, specifically in the Arab Spring stuff. I think with Gaddafi, maybe it was? I can't remember. But, like, we made a sort of huge foreign agreement that we were going to intervene in a particular way, and Russia agreed to this, and then we not only did that, but we did extra stuff that we were not supposed to do, that Russia would not have agreed to, and they would have not signed off on the UN Security Council. And I think that whatever the agreement was, this is, like, what you should do. I was not a fan of that. Obama was bad on foreign policy, lead from behind, led to the populace going full-bar isolationism, and Russia annexing Crimea. I would have preferred, in terms of foreign policy, I would have preferred Romney. Because Romney was, like, more anti-Putin, and the quote where, like, or the clip where Obama makes fun of Romney's foreign policy for being anti-Putin is, like, just, like, aged absolutely terribly. Just, like, aged like milk. It's important to remember you're not just voting for the president, you're voting for the administration. You should vote based on policy, not the person. Yeah, well, yeah, to some extent, yeah. I have a whole ton of simultaneous mass migration floating in. Yeah, mass migration seems a lot stronger now. And I think a big part of it might be the changes they made with regards to how you're getting these bonuses, because it's way easier to get available employment and standard of living bonuses relative to the AI, which might be the reason why it's pulling it, more so than the mechanic, actually. The cultural communities mechanic might not actually be stronger for mass migrations. It might just be the fact that they rebalance this stuff. You're playing France, you have zero migration in core states. Yeah, this was our experience initially as Spain, and it seemed to be entirely mass migration. Look at that, though. Holy shit, that's so much per annum. That's a lot. Didn't we swap these over? What the hell? Electric streetlights got nerfed. I haven't checked how much it got nerfed. But I think it got significantly nerfed. Let's slot out this company, which is a pretty good company, but we wanted to slot in this one for a construction bonus and being much faster on constructing all these power plants and stuff. But that means that since we lost some infra, we might have to, yeah, build up a little bit. Or we lost our infra thing. I think I like this company a lot, though. We'll see if we can get it profitable. This is why I think it's insane not to vote for Biden this time around. Well, so I am not in a swing state, so mine will not determine the outcome. And I think that one of the big problems is this two-party stuff is just like, I think that, like, the system's broken, and so, like, you have to, like, almost get outside the system, but I appreciate, like, this point of view that you're, like, throwing away your vote if you vote for someone else, but, like, also, like, I think it might be the case that, like, we just have to, like, I think that the reason Trump comes to power in 2016 is because everyone's tired of the corporate hacks and they want someone who's outside of that. So, like, Trump is, in my opinion, a symptom of the broken system. Right? And so, like, the system's gotta change. And when the system just props up two terrible choices, you have to get, like, out from outside of it, but I also don't have any massive complaints with Biden, other than I think I would have preferred he handled some foreign policy things differently. Like, I don't like his foreign policy overall, but maybe it's just like the bar's too high. I don't know where the bar's supposed to be. He's the first president to do a lot about Putin. The U.S. election is a choice between a genocidal grandpa and Donald Trump. Oof. That's not how I would characterize it, but I assume you're referring to Palestine. If anything happens to Biden because he's old, Kamala will take over and the administration will be the same. The good old USA will keep on trucking. Yeah. You know, it would be very interesting if something happened to both Biden and Trump, and we had Kamala versus, I forget her name, the only other Republican candidate that's still in the primary, Nikki Haley. There are a few states without tax, like 3 to 4, but all others do. If you want funny, go do stand-up. Yeah, that's not necessarily something we need in a president. Von Town, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Trying to get the hang of HOE 4. Can you do some tutorials? There's the people who understand HOE 4 understand so much more than I do. Zach JX, thank you so much for the donation. Sorry, like, I'm still catching up on chat, so I don't see it immediately, but thank you so very much. What's the optimal army size? When is a multi-general army better than a single high-rate general? So, I think usually more generals is better, just as a heuristic, because your generals, if they are only activated in one battle, I think can use all or most of the army. I suppose... this is something I need to double check, but you might use a higher proportion of the army if you have just a single general. And if this is the case, in theory, you would only want one general in some circumstances. But the optimal army size has now changed quite a bit because now you can borrow armies on offense, which is a pretty big upgrade, which means that you don't necessarily want to have a bunch of huge armies. I think that the fact that if there's multiple... Okay, so the answer is probably one that's like uncomfortable and annoying and frustrating, which is that if you have a front that has a single state on it, you probably want exactly one general. And if you have a front that has 2 states on it, you probably want at least 2 generals. I like to have 3 to 4 generals, generally 4, and then be using a mix of advancing and defending orders, so that I can have someone when the unit is attacking, and this is for a pushing army specifically, when the unit is attacking, they will be gaining this advanced front order, which I think they fixed so this actually applies and gives 10% offense, and then when they're defending, they'll use one of these other generals and get the plus 10% defense bonus. And so having either 3-1 or 1-3, depending on what you kind of want the army to be doing, is good, or all on defense. With the defensive armies, I think you put them all on defense, and you also, generally speaking, want to have just a ton of generals because you're looking to make sure that there is a general on every front when you're getting pushed in. And so, but for size, it's a little bit rough. I think it also depends on like the context of how strong other people's armies are. I think that you want a variety. We're not like optimized for size, but you want to have probably a stack that's going to be good for it depends on what you're going to be needing. Like, we just merged our armies because we need a bigger stack to be able to land Belgium, so we just merged some armies in here. Otherwise we had a 50 stack, and now we're progressing towards something that's a bit more like 100 stack, right? In fact, I think what we should do here is actually raise a bunch of we should probably raise some conscripts because we're not getting in very well. Yeah, you have no stakes, you don't vote in that country. Oof. OECD have agreed to adopt a minimum effective tax rate of 15% for multinational corporations. Read about it earlier today. What is the OECD? We're going to look that up later. I don't know what that refers... I probably should know what that acronym means. I've probably read it before, but it escapes me now, at least. Essentially, it is aimed at the benefit of shielding profits in tax havens at ending the benefit and for nations to operate in such a similar manner. Yeah, I think internationally, like, you have to get rid of tax havens if you want nations to, yeah. We don't like the tax havens, generally. I think these are coming on up. Definitely having some trouble merging, because we merged the fleets, like, forever ago. We'll just do this. We hope that they don't marginalize. That actually, we would not want that. We might do this so they don't. Yeah, let's do that so they don't marginalize. We don't want them to disappear. That would be really not ideal. And we want something like regulatory bodies, so we would be super fine with that. Graduated taxation we'd also be fine with. It makes the industrials a little bit match. But we could pass poor laws, make them happy, and then make them madge. And maybe this will be good. How madge do they get? Oh, not very madge. The landowners and the petite bourgeoisie get really mad, but I don't think they're powerful enough to, you know, force a substantive rev. In fact, maybe we let this guy go. Oh, we don't have... whatever. That's fine. I was gonna look for someone to maybe start a movement, but that's not what we have. We got secret police, baby. Oh, we don't have... oh my god. I forgot we failed to pass public health insurance. We'll just pass that if we can. Essentially, it aimed at... yeah, okay. Where do you build construction sectors in nations that have no iron and coal? Where you have a lot of pops, generally? Are you muting the YouTube chat? No, I just haven't caught up with it. Sorry, Zach. I can see both chats. Although I think maybe I gotta switch it to live chat. I'm just behind. I apologize. I'm just behind, Zach. Hopefully you stick around a lot. Vote Trump 2024. I will not be doing that. I'll not be voting for Biden either, but... you're not doing the publicly traded PM? Not as much. Perhaps we should be. This is actually... I've been thinking about being like labor efficient and other types of things, and then publicly traded. I guess we should move on because this is going to increase SOL a little bit. I don't know. I have to revisit this with some math. I think it's probably better. I think it's also tedious, and like in terms of riveting gameplay, this is not what people want to see. You know. For industries in particular that are not very good. Or have, they're very price sensitive. So in particular, steel and motor industries, we're actually not going to turn it on. And I think we're not going to turn it on for these as well. But this other stuff, we can do it. But this will increase our employment demands a little bit. We definitely want it on all the agricultural stuff. Which we didn't have it on before. But it's these... it creates very, very small effects. Oops, we forgot to do all this stuff, didn't we? We got gantry cranes and we forgot to make the swaps. How dare we? We shouldn't have swapped the other thing, but that should be good. If I was an American, I'd vote Trump against Biden, which I hate that I'm even thinking that way. Yeah, I mean, that's not how we would go. What do we think about Robert F. Kennedy? Dude, that guy's kind of a nut. I don't have a robust opinion, but, like, he said some, like, wild stuff. I also just don't think he's, like... he doesn't strike me as, like, actually being a Democrat, but, like, just, like, running as a I don't know. Maybe he does qualify, but, like, he thinks, like, he seems, like, a little crazy to me. I Thank you, Richard. Yeah, I'm just behind on the chat. I agree the system needs to change. You need to... I would love a parliamentary system. Parliamentary, like, allows for, like, not this, like, winner-take-all thing that just needs 2 people. Nikki Haley just dropped. Oh, did she really? Is the worst candidate by far? I mean, I would vote for her over Trump or Biden. Mainly because my voting, like, I have become a single-issue voter. The issue I care about is getting money out of politics. And if there's an incumbent who has failed to do that, I just vote against them, is my new policy. Which doesn't matter for most races, but it matters for my representative race. My representative race is actually somewhat close. Or tends to be close. I think we could make the swap to more of these, and then we'll immediately have a thing. And then let's see about... Maybe we sort by where we have the most peasants. Make sure we get it in everywhere as well, and somewhere in the queue, and then put it on auto expand, which I think it is. Well, this will help to make our lives easier. I think we need to... We're once again going to turn on the electricity in places that actually have the things. I'd love to see a hypothetical election in the US with proportional representation system. I would love to see rank order voting as well. This would be super nice as well in both primaries and the general election. I think the third party candidates would like actually win with rank order voting because a lot of people are voting like more so like against. Well, actually, I have to reread exactly how rank order voting works, but most people seem to be voting against the opposition rather than for their candidate, which just like feels super bad. You Americans don't know how lucky you are with the amount of freedom you have. Europe is not like that at all. I think it depends which portion of Europe you're in, but I could be mistaken on this. Every time she has been asked about interventionism, she has shown support. She wants to extend the retirement age to 70 and has only said for that for young people. She is, other than that, she has flipped on every topic. I'm not saying I love Haley. I'm saying I don't like the other two, and the other two have demonstrated a commitment to not doing anything about overturning Citizens United or pulling the money out of politics, so... Maybe we just need to make a second fat stack, huh? Okay. Where do we have a lot of peasants? That is incorporated Castile. Alright, well, this is the capital. So we'll do 19 there. And another 19. We'll try and get that recruited up as quick as we can. I think we're gonna need to swap multiple ones of these. The thing is they can't enforce on us ever, so we're just kind of stuck in this war for quite a while, I think. In the last 10 years, no consistency? Yep. I mean, like, politicians are, like... The problem is that I think the problem just repeatedly kind of comes down to there being money in politics and that being problematic. Because... getting into politics is a good way to get rich. It shouldn't be a good way to get rich. It should only be, like... And it shouldn't be that they don't get paid anything, because that increases corruption. They should just get paid a modest amount, but the money being in politics makes it a good way to get rich, which attracts people who are just trying to, you know, get power or wealth. And for those people, winning is the only thing that's important. And so you get... And the people who get a lot of money are the ones who are pretty good at winning, and so what you get is like people who don't have integrity or consistency. We're probably going to want to intervene in that Mexico thing, huh? Oh, this is going to be so nice. We get to, where's our upgrade everything button? Upgrade all units. Hell yeah, brother. Boo, Nikki. The worst is when your infantry's stacking because artillery are already attacking. Yeah, that's certainly not ideal. I don't know how exactly borrowing works in terms of proportions on offense, because, to be honest, they just fixed offense. So that's us crushing in the C node and losing every single attack. Europe has plenty of freedom. Do I like cats, Generalist gaming? I do like cats. I'm not super, like, cat crazy. I mean, we have a cat. I like the cat. We could ask for an obligation here. Let's maybe see who sides for what. I think this is going to be just us helping them. 4 goals. Liberate New Africa would be very ambitious, but it would also maybe make this not a problem for us in the future. Don't want to do that. We could also... think we can ask for war reps? No, we can't. I think New Africa was... Spain used to have some of this, so maybe we do this. And then let's find another army here. Shrapnel Arty. Where are you guys from? Chile. So we'll merge you with the South American army. And then you guys are better on defense anyways, but we'll ship you up here. And then I think we're going to add some skirmish. We're going to look where we have a lot of peasants that is in these regions. We'll do that maybe for defending. Why don't you like tax havens? Everyone deserves a place to feel secure and avoid taxation. Yeah, I do feel like that sometimes. Ooh, a lot of steamers demand. Okay. Do we not swap over the... No, we just don't have enough of that. We have like steamer need in like all these states, so I think building a level 1 in all these is probably fine. I renewed my passport as openly gay. I feel Trump will return to a major move towards repressing sexual minorities and remove their presence from public sphere as Putin has done. Yeah, so to some extent, I think that this is maybe what he would want to do. I think that there's enough checks and balances and enough... although I'm not certain on this, enough stuff in place that he can't just do exactly what he wants. Which I think a lot of liberals think that this is going to be the way things shake out, and I don't think it quite plays out that way. So maybe you just use all the things, huh? Not use this. Use this maybe for a big army. We'll try landing again. Any verdict on late game performance? Is it better? Well, there's currently some type of performance bug that makes that type of analysis like kind of impossible to conduct. Unfortunately. Where are you guys from? Bankogu? Boss Congo. I think we'll merge you with the Africa Army. Which we might need to split sometime soon, because that was supposed to be a small army. It's most definitely not. I think we'll put both these guys on defend. Tartar mass migration, big nice. I hope Paradox can be more transparent with battle mechanics, like explicitly show terrain. I think terrain doesn't make a difference other than it affects combat width, unless you mean for whatever 5. Unless you're in a swing state, voting for a president doesn't really matter, basically. I wish it did, but my vote's kind of useless in that regard. Rank order voting is one of the worst possible alternative models. Really? I feel like you're memeing too much. Period. You need to produce electricity in every state now, right? Yes, which is kind of tedious. We're in the process of kind of getting that done, but also the first PM for electricity is pretty bad, so we've turned it on in a few places. We'll continue to add it in others. I guess in the places where we just overly blasted infra, it doesn't really hurt to just add some of this stuff. Where we made the mistake of too much infra. Something like this. Maybe okay. But yeah, we kind of got a little bit extra. And the company is really nice for the extra thing. Conservative Party has changed to a cult. I miss the good old GOP from the Reagan era. Now it's a MAGA cult with no space left for reason. I think that one problem, when you talk to a lot of people, generally speaking, they could be reasonable. And I think that what both sides are doing is that they are often holding up someone who is the most extreme example of the other side. And that they are saying that this is a typical example of the other side. And if you talk to a lot of conservatives, generally they're pretty reasonable. But simultaneously they're reasonable with not really sharing the same perspective on reality. Reality's gotten very, like, the public notion of reality is just completely dissociated, left versus right, which is crazy. And part of that is that going super hard and being very inflammatory and this type of stuff is good for... wow, are you really going to back down on this? They probably back down on this. Son of a bitch. Why are you so freaking scared, man? Need a little bit more on the convoys front. But I'm also like left leaning in case it's not obvious. And I think some of this stuff is nuts. You like how Austria doesn't have Austria? The truth hurts. No Europeans don't have less freedom than the US. You got a few too many negatives in that sentence, I think. No Europeans don't have less freedoms than the US. So all Europeans have less freedoms than the US, that's what you're saying? I'm not sure I agree with that. Although, like... probably have to examine it on a case-by-case basis. Is 1.6 worth playing? Wait a week or two. There's currently some bugs. There's a lot of good changes, but like kind of a rough rollout. So it will be worth playing in maybe a week. As long as you have first pass post parliamentary, it doesn't fix anything from a UK citizen. As long as you still have first past the post, having a parliament doesn't fix anything from a UK citizen. Yeah. Rank order voter always seemed interesting to me. Need to read more about it. I need to read more about it too. I think what it does is allows if both. My understanding of the mechanism is that if both parties really hate a particular like candidate, it makes it like such that that candidate can like. Or if you have situations where both parties are really just kind of voting against one candidate, what will happen is that a third party candidate will be able to do all right. Where's their navy? Their navy can almost certainly intercept that 6 stack, whatever. But we're trying to get in here. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to actually just churn through their troops at this point. Which feels pretty bad. Well, we're getting landed where? Huh. What stack are you sending? How big is it? So there's the navy you're sending. I guess we need to make a defensive stack. We want to recruit where we have a lot of peasants, but also someplace, like, not like Castile, because we're recruiting up a lot in Castile already. I guess Barca. Barca, I think we'll maybe add arms industries, because we have kind of a lot of that going on there, so that'll maybe be okay. What is this? Low organization. Oh, what the frick? Built all the artillery first. I guess we'll kind of just tolerate that, but that's not ideal. Spain used to have Florida. Yeah. Do you think the enslavement of villagers for the means of obtaining enchantment books is morally justifiable or acceptable? Huh? The villagers actually deserve it. Fact. Now for something completely different. What do you think about Netflix's Last Airbender series? I heard that they like removed like one of the. I don't have an opinion on it because I haven't seen it. I've like seen some people complaining that they removed the sexism from one of the characters, which was the entire point of that character's like character development arc, was that he starts out sexist and gets not sexist. I've heard that this thing, but I don't have an opinion on it. Well, that sounds like something you wouldn't want to do because like it kind of ruins the character, but like I also don't know if that's like a really fair characterization. Okay, so actually we're going to stop this naval landing so that we can just crush the incoming one. So let's cancel this. And then... God, kind of in a bad spot. I mean, we have 12 infamy still to decay out. It looks like we maybe get in on the USA here, so we'll see how that shakes out. But landing these guys is way tougher than I thought it was going to be. Let's see. Have they had like a lot of casualties? No, and problem is they get to conscript up a ton. Maybe they'll bankrupt though. They probably can't afford that ish. And maybe this is the strat. Maybe we need to convoy raid and intercept on them. I think we could just crush the navy, huh? Don't even have to beat the troops. Like, we destroy this, like, stack, like, really hard. Although maybe we don't want to crush it because we want to get in here for free. You want a white piece? No thanks. Chugga chugga. Have we seen the new trains? We have seen the new trains. Big nice. Je suis un chouchou. The comment on ranked voting isn't a meme. That's one's genuine view. I think it's an attempt at an alternate solution to the various problems. Money needs to get out, both pay and marketing. Yeah, I think money's the big problem, but... Oh, where's our 6 stack? It's so far away. So I guess we're going to recruit another admiral into there in just a second. We finally caught up with the chat. I don't have to scroll down anymore. I think certain terms mean different things to each side, which is a further example of splintering realities. Yeah, the big thing is that there's a lot of people who produce content or media or news on each side that goes out of their way to find the most disingenuous and bad interpretation of the other person's position. And this kind of spoils a lot of the, like, this is like a problem. This is like a very significant problem because it makes discourse and shared realities harder. But the thing is, the more sensationalistic views are way easier to get more views on in this type of stuff. Or the more sensationalistic takes. And so we create these bad situations. And so this is why I think it's important to try and understand the other side. And then if you feel that someone is straw manning, you should try and consume a different, like, news outlet. On the thing. God, it sucks. We really can't defend with this. I guess not. Our 6 stack's almost here, though, so that should get in. Also, this navy's gonna be bricked, so... Bricked up, haha. No, English isn't your first language. I meant Europeans don't have less freedoms than America. Yeah, this is kind of my perspective. When considering birth rate versus migration workforce, ratio enfranchisement of more pops, I would argue that creating pops also creates a larger market to sell your products to increase more tax. I mean, so does importing pops. I'll move this guy over here. It's going to take a little while, but that'll be fine. We've now destroyed this. We're also going to move this guy over to try and give us a hold on USA there. This is like the 3rd or 4th time we've helped them out. So we'll do this. But now, I think we need a convoy raider. So we'll do that. Because I think we can also wreck their market too, huh? They have a level 127 trade setter. Let's see those convoys disappear, my guy. No market access for you. Now, why are you not pushing? What the hell? Oh, I guess we got Maryland, so... If they naval invade, you can see the number of troops on the invasion on the symbol. Okay. I think the only true democratic system in practice is direct democracy. I would not be a fan of direct democracy. You would have significant oppression of minorities groups in most countries if you had direct democracy. What nation would you recommend for advanced players to trying to learn the game better? Someone with really gnarly discrimination, probably. So Dutch East Indies, maybe Transvaal, the Sikh Empire, the British Raj, something like this. If you've never played with significant discrimination, it can be good. As a European, I can confirm we hate your freedoms. Yep. Hate freedom and justice and corn dogs and... You love your baked beans, though. However fast are they to king? Oh, what the hell? Where's your capital, my guy? It's Pennsylvania? Jesus. It's kind of rough. It's no longer on the coast. When another army gets here, we'll try relanding, I guess, in New York, but with the 6 stack. 6 stack might also get ousted. Fighting these two wars simultaneously is a little bit rough. How severely is a 4-province malice to mass migrations? I'm not sure. I think I would just try and get another province, though. You already do? Yeah, but it would be worse. Like, we'd have way more, we would have explicitly, like, oppressive laws. Oppression of minorities in a direct democracy, just pass multiculturalism and total separation, big nice, no problem, great success, no discrimination. Please come and liberate Italy so we can have freedom and US food culture. You saying you don't like the pizza that they serve in Italy? You prefer the American pizza? I don't know about this take. So, the problem with if we land in Pennsylvania, we wish we actually didn't have New Jersey. Maybe we just leave and abandon this front. And they go back, and then we re-land. Let's just leave this front. Say smell you later here. We'll lose these battles. They will reacquire the front. The bag will be reacquired. Because we didn't land the capital is the problem. Pennsylvania really should have, like, a port and coastal access, but whatever. Alright. We're also okay with, like, a status quo. We don't need them to enforce, but it would be a little bit nice. Defensive pact from Brazil. Don't think we want to use our juice that way. How much of this juice do we have? We're improving relations here. A trade agreement, big nice. We use some of our stuff that way. So they're gonna push us out here. Maybe we're supposed to wait with this guy somewhere. Where can he wait though? Can he wait in Cuba? I think he can wait in Cuba. Oh, our navy's about to get bricked. Just kidding. I think he can't wait. Oh, he's gonna wait in Cuba. That's where he's going already. Now, we had you merge. We told you forever ago to merge, and you didn't listen. So now we're just going to disband you. Now we're going to try and merge all this. Does this guy get defeated? Maybe. No, we canceled the naval invasion. Yeah, so we'll push that out there. Alright. These guys are gonna get defeated soon. Can't even drink beer out in the open. Freedoms, yeah. I don't know how I feel about drinking in public laws. Thing is, I think it creates a negative externality, yeah. But I think you should probably be able to pay your way out of that. Pay money or something. I don't know. They really just pull everyone off the front, or where is this guy? Oh, they're just all defending. Wild. What the frick? Why are they not trying to push the front? That's insane. They're just gonna be occupied and just deal with that? I guess it's actually kind of... We want them to actually push so that they can take New Jersey. If they take New Jersey, then we can land New York and get into Pennsylvania. So it's actually really annoying what they're doing. I'm not saying it's good, I'm just saying it's really annoying. Maybe we land Florida right now. Surely this guy's almost done, almost out of action. Oh, he has monitors and we don't. I mean, we still beat him, but We do gotta get on that monitor grind at some point. Looks like Mexico found a way in. Oh, is Mexico gonna take... Oh no, they haven't taken Oklahoma. They need to take Oklahoma. Oh, is this fleet coming to destroy us or wreck us? They might be. Looks like it doesn't matter because we're getting caught. Let's cancel. I really wish we didn't have New Jersey. Preach it, basically. I wish there were more migration options. I want free migration within your country, but not from other countries. Yeah. I'm kind of with you. What do I think about 1.6? I think it's buggy right now. Probably wait a week or two before playing it. Yeah, there's a lot of things that can completely break internal migration. Like if anyone in your customs union has a closed border law, if someone in your if any like state in your customs union doesn't have market access or stuff like this. Alright, so maybe we can win these battles here. And finally get in on these guys. I think we probably lose the first one, but we churn through them maybe, hopefully. I think we'll just take the 10% enactment chance. Wow, just like zero pushing, come on. Take back New Jersey, please, we don't want it. If we're talking about freedoms that every man's right in Scandinavian nations allowing to trespass on private property, I couldn't imagine was illegal in the U.S. We're talking about freedoms that every man's right in Scandinavian nations allowing to trespass on private property. I couldn't imagine being illegal in the U.S. I think you mean legal, but yeah, private property is a bit of a thing. I think that's like in a lot of places in Europe that's like you can trespass as long as you're like you like have to use a path if there is a path, and like you have to just kind of go straight through, but you're allowed to maneuver through. But I think the part of this is like legacy of like city planning being such that you can getting to one place to another can be a little bit challenging, which is like with older cities it's much more of a concern than like the US is like not really having very many older cities, like in the European like kind of understanding role. Yeah, so it looks like we lose at least this first one. Let's actually take a look at the unit. Do we have anyone who has offensive planner? Would be good. Supply requisitions. This guy has offensive planner, so does this guy. Let's maybe promote this guy up. And put him on advance, and promote this guy up. Just in case it makes a difference. I don't think it does. They are allowed to lead more troops, but... do we have this navy increasing in size? We don't really, so... let's also do some of this. To get rid of some of this malice. Which should increase the level of your things by quite a bit. I think this US war is we're probably gonna get enforced on here. Which is a little bit of a shame. Depends who's defending the HQ. I mean, maybe we could try and land Florida again. We don't want New Jersey, give us Florida instead. I gotta just start clicking the all button. I'm not very good at that yet. I'm not used to the UI being nice. So this number should kick up pretty quick here. Once we finish these, because as soon as you have one guy recruited, it gives you the full ship. That's not freedom. I hate how you have to drive everywhere in most US cities. Like, this is like kind of a symptom of a similar thing, but yeah. The, like, public, like, road stuff is, like, not very good at all. These guys should be able to push this pretty quick here. Which maybe changes things up. I wish I knew the capital of New Africa. We should have landed the capital, whatever it is. But it doesn't matter because we don't have Oklahoma. Well, it would make the U.S. tick down faster, so it kind of does matter. Done it. But it looks like the U.S. is probably going to enforce pretty soon here. And I mean, with us having our very, very big army that we're not actually using, it's going to be a little bit rough. How are you guys doing? I mean, I guess we're kind of churning you guys down. Well, these guys really can't recruit up. Maybe we just take them out of the fray, to be honest. Let's take them out. I think they're just churning, getting wood chippered, and, like, not doing anything productive. Alright, this isn't gonna work for us. Let's try landing Mississippi. We'll just let them push us out here. Try and land Mississippi. It doesn't touch, so it's not going to unite the front. Are we killing enough guys here? Dead, 5k. They're like doubling our casualties, but I think we can just wood chipper our guys. And now you see the Navy like instantly kind of recruited up those guys. So now we shouldn't be eating too big a balance. Let's actually add a couple guys. Just try and get rid of some of that malice. Alright, now they're starting to push us, so maybe we will be able to land the cap soon. This is contested. I don't think we want to kind of eat the contest. So we'll cancel the naval invasion. They haven't taken back what we want them to. The everyman's right isn't so much allowing someone to trespass. Well, it's trespassing if you live in the United States, but it's allowing people to free move through nature. It doesn't mean that you can just trespass in someone's back garden. Yeah, it's for rural areas. I changed my view of American cities like prisons, towns and cities surrounded by farms and large estates, forcing people to live and travel by very narrow, limited roads and means. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm curious, like, how things might be different if, like, there was, like, no car or automobile lobby, because having really good public transit, like, U.S. public transit sucks. And if you had much better public transit, you might be able to do stuff a lot better. We'll do the extend the hand. Really do want the... Ooh, we didn't see... Could we have sighted? No, we couldn't have. Alright, we're suffering a huge ahead of time penalty here. So, why don't we actually just do this? Into this, into this. Or, let's actually do capacitors. We'll kind of get everything at once. Yeah, we wanted to bring these guys back. Then Navy's gone back up. Looks like they're not pushing us still, or they're still not pushing us. I wish there was more spots that we could land in Belgium, so we can make use of multiple navies, but there's not. We just have to, like, come through the front door, which is kind of rough. Alright, let's do a pulse check on if they have anyone defending. Unfortunately, like, we don't get to actually visually see. Or they're stationed at Dixie. I mean, we could push through that. Looks like their navy's coming to intercept us, though. So that battle happened pretty quick. That one did too. So it looks like we might get in here, and we do. We'll station these guys over here. No, not like that. We won't. In Cuba. Just get ready for the next thing. Get ready, say go next. Move this guy over here, just to defend. We'll see what these guys can do. Hopefully they don't push to the right. We kind of want them to push into Oklahoma, or towards Oklahoma. So New Africa, the capital must either be South Carolina or Alabama. Bama would be the best state, so... Let's turn on some electricity stuff. Get those things going. How are we doing on these? Yikes, we're still just getting chippered out. I mean, these numbers are closer now, at least, but... Not doing so hot, guys. It'd be really embarrassing if this war's not winnable. Suppose we could work on getting it even bigger. And then from these guys, we could add, like... This is 17, this is 20. One, two, three, 4, 5, 27, so we'll add another bit here. Just keep getting it bigger and bigger until it's going to be capable, I guess. Move the naval base to the front. Hope they can do some work. Try and get out from under there. Yeah, it's a limitation on private property rights. You can't just wall off a piece of forest. Yeah. Which is like, but also, like, everything in Europe tends to be, like, there's not, like, in the U.S., especially, like, the western portion of the U.S., there's these massive state parks, right? Which is not something you have as much in Europe. And so, like, the context is a little bit different. Because, like, roughly 50% of the land over here is, like, state-owned, and they have, like, huge state parks. And so, like, you get more of nature, like, this type of thing. But it's just, like, it's owned by the state rather than someone else. This 180 stack self-bricking over there is just absolutely wild. I wonder if they would actually push out if... Maybe if we put something in there, they'll actually push it out. Like if we... Let's try sending these guys over. Let's see if they push them out. Because we would want them to push out. Alright, looks like our naval landing has failed yet again. Yeah. I guess we'll maybe let this recruit up a little bit. Let's actually, let's maybe, where do we have the most peasants? We'll just add 10 fleet as well. Ooh, Electricias y Compresias is actually getting some prosperity bonuses. Interesting. I think we have one more PM currently. So how are we doing? Yeah, these guys aren't recruiting up very well at all. One day. I mean, I guess we could try and land here, but it's not going to enforce them way faster. I'm surprised that they still haven't managed to get some of this. You know what we could do is we could try landing, yeah, stuff like this. Just break progress on Texas repeatedly. It's probably actually pretty good. Would you be... Did they change religion in 1.6? It seems now migrants can come and go even though state atheist. Apparently it's always been the case, but it might be just the case that you're getting... The way they've tuned mass migrations might have changed things. Would you be open to a Turkmenistan run? Unifying Central Asia? Yes. I've actually looked at Uyghurstan multiple times. It looks like there's a rev here that we would maybe want to make use of. But they can form Turkmenistan, I think. In the US, you basically only get public transit in cities. Otherwise, it's school buses for schools. Yeah, there's, well, like, the public transit sucks. Like, the bus stop that is closest to my house, if I want to... Here, if this is US, we'll... No, we won't do this. If I want to wait for that bus, it only comes by, like, once every 70 minutes. Some number like this. I guess this will help us enforce a little bit faster. If we keep relanding them, and then we get the thing that'll help them tick down faster. We're super okay with white peas in regards to the US war. We can focus our efforts over here. Do we have conscripts in other armies? I don't think we do. Yeah, let's kind of get rid of these. Where are you from? We'll just make you guys a regional Asia army. Where are you guys from? What's going on here? Oh, you're just a defensive stack. Probably give them mobilization options if they don't have it, yeah. I hope to God I have first aid activated. Yeah, okay. Do want this navy to actually stay there, because they will convoy raid them down. Oh, what's this? A free reign? Don't mind if we do. Promoting him because we want him to have more things. Just had a random 30-year-old theocrat spawn as a devout leader. Is a Marxist beard, big nice. Sweden at least has a ton of national parks. Interesting. I mean, I know, like, places like England aren't gonna have them as much, but... So here, oh, they're finally trying to push us out then. Perfect, actually. So since we're getting caught here, we're actually going to cancel this naval invasion. And then let's move this 14 stack over to here and hope that they push Pennsylvania instead of pushing Delaware. But we're going to get bricked out of here by their super huge stack. Why are you guys not pushing very quick? There we go. Mexico will probably try and white peace, but... Oh, they're even willing to concede Belgian war reps? No, they're not. They're willing to white peace. The war's been more expensive for them, though, apparently. That's wild as hell. Oh, this is just a massive stack? Yeah, we can't possibly push that. Right? Who's at this front? Yeah, there's no way. Switch to defend. Yeah, this is just going to be a status quo one. Oh, yeah, we will accept a white piece here. US does have some public transport, yeah, but it's not very good relative to Europe. It's super good in some areas of the US, like New York. Federally owned rather than state-owned. The further west you push, the less states-owned. That's what I meant. If I said state-owned, I meant like the state as in the state apparatus rather than fed. But you're right. I misspoke. You'll never reach 1900. You'll never catch me alive. We are 70% forest. That's a lot of forests. Can we get a run where we form France as Luxembourg? That would be a very long run. I'm not trying to do a super long run at this point. We wanted these guys to actually recruit up. Sucks that they're not, really. Because we wanted to alternate which stack we were landing with. And these guys recruited up. They have so much conscripts coming up. But they're also paying out the ass for these conscripts. I mean, I think eventually they get... We're going to stay in at least to the point where we have like 0... whatever. Our conscripts can also come on up. We'll have a bigger stack. I think we have one guy set to convoy raid, yeah. The feminist is convoy raiding. Oh, will we see the ships get sunk? Whose ship is this? Is this convoy? I forgot they're supposed to make noises now. Well, LA public transit sucks because LA has a huge footprint for the number of people. Yeah, this is part of it. But they could regulate buildings differently. They don't. Oh, my kingdom for them having 2 states we could land in. It'd be so much different. Luxembourg run was fun in Vicky 2 because you could get a France-Germany combo with both accepted cultures with Central Europe formable. That makes Vic 3 less fun. Oof. It's probably Turtle Island now, so... yeah. Currently getting bankrolls from multiple GPs and 1.6 they don't break even if they get bankruptcy. Yeah, that's wild as hell. Just checking in and hoping to help the algorithm. Big nice. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad guy. Maybe we can win one of these. We don't have a huge disadvantage. We have a lot more troops, too. And, I mean, they're not uber ratioing us. We also got rolled blunder, but they rolled poor visibility, so... Why don't we actually... $16, $17, $18, $19, $20. We're gonna see if we can conscript up for this guy. Just 20, and then 10. Something like this, and then... Which should help. We get a Uyghur mass migration. Big nice. And then if this fails, we'll just continue to just wood chipper troops into there. This is the South American army. Oop. We hit a little bit of a boop. Thank you, Dark Synth, for the follow. Big nice. Big nice, big excite. Actually, maybe the South American army we want to use in this way too. Starting to weed out the peasants in some of these places though, but so this way it'll be a mostly defensive army, and then when we need it to have some artillery, we can conscript it up. We don't like the Lancers, let's just get rid of them. So I think this, I don't think we get in here. But we're gonna have this army land, and then the South American army land. We're gonna station them here for now. Mixed zoning being banned in most places in the USA is so bad. I don't have an opinion on this, but this is an interesting thing. Why is it bad? Why is mixed zoning being banned bad? I mean, it is less freedom. We hate that, but I would not want a factory being able to be built next to my house, because that would be really loud and annoying. Right? Oh, are we suffering penalties from the convoys? We also have to maybe try and fix that too, okay? Oh, Kurt. We're gonna pop off so hard once we get all the electricity stuff going. We really wanted to get involved in this war. It's a shame we're not gonna be able to. Maybe this is a good opportunity to switch which guy is fighting. I like super want to merge the South American army with this army, but that's like, we can't unmerge that very easily. But then it would actually be a decent sized stack for landing. These guys will just get clapped. We're at 5 infamy. Bro. Can you play something on the synth you have? I cannot play like that piano, like at all. I had gotten it a long time ago with the idea of like learning how to play, but like I never really learned. I actually wish I had a different place to keep it, because like I almost feel like I'm lying by having it, because it implies I can play the piano when I can't. Been loving your YouTube videos. Thank you, Dark Synth. Didn't know you were on Twitch. I just started switching over to Twitch as well. We are super struggle busing in this war. This like war like hurts so bad, man. We just have so much defense. You know what? Maybe we were supposed to like... Kill rate would actually be nice here. So with luxurious supplies, maybe we're supposed to do this? God. Oh, it's like so far out though. Yeah, let's just make this one pop off faster and then switch back to this. Looks like Germany, mommy and daddy are fighting. now we're approaching a point where maybe we're just supposed to throw in the towel on this. Feels bad. I feel like we do win this eventually. We have like, now we're double the stack size. The thing is, there's only 80k people in the stack, huh? So maybe we cancel this, or well, we want them to finish destroying this navy. And we'll see if it looks like we're winning this. It doesn't. So, or we're progressing in the wrong direction. So let's cancel the naval invasion. And let's try landing with this 40 stack guy, which we're expecting this goes poorly, right? But the idea is not that we need it to go well, but that we're just going to give time for these guys to recover up to like at least 100,000 or something. Let's make sure we're on the latest and greatest for these. Oh, maybe we were supposed to do the training PM, huh? We looked at a thing and we're like, hey, this thing sucks, but maybe military statistics, bro. But we'll give this guy a break, I guess. That's up to 84. And we're not going to give them a break, is kind of the idea here, but we're almost certainly going to fail. Yo, why are you at war with poor neutral Belgium? We are restoring the glory of our empire. Would the factory be louder than loud cars? Almost certainly. It's because it increases urban sprawl. Basically, there are much less apartments on top of businesses and more urban sprawl. But like, don't you? I mean, to some extent, I think that. So around where I live, they used to not allow you to build higher than 1 or 2 stories, and I think for me, the not building higher stories is a bit of the problem. And then, but like local communities don't want you to allow more building because this will increase congestion. Businesses are also essentially forced to have parking spots in commercial districts, which doesn't help the public transportation. But that's like a separate thing, isn't it, to some extent? Maybe it's not. That's interesting, though. This is maybe something I could look into. I don't have a strong opinion on this at all. No one builds factories in residence zone. There's always special industrial zone. Mixed zoning is great for economy, but where you got shops and offices and neighborhoods. Yeah, is text slower this patch or no? I don't think it's slower. Guess I'm not 100% sure. Alright, we're just gonna watch. We're up to 90k here. I think we're gonna recruit. Actually, maybe let's merge the fleets. Let's ship them all this way. Ship them, get it? Oh, because it's, yeah, because they're doing a landing. You can't merge. That's fine. We haven't gotten a battle yet. Want this guy to get up to like 120k. We're probably just like supposed to merge some of these other stacks with them though. Do you guys have troops from Iberia? Yeah, you do. And your Lancers, but you would do just fine here, huh? Now it's 110 stack. Let's get this navy over here. Wait, what the frick? Why can't we move you? Alright, well, we're just gonna disband you then. And now we should be able to move you, huh? Move you over here. And then we haven't gotten a battle in a hot minute. Damn, it must be rough on writers around there if you can only build so many stories. Yeah, basically. Let's see how much people we have. Wow, we still have over 100 people on the YouTube and then 20 people on the Twitch. Shout out to y'all. Normally we end kind of around this time. I think we'll go a little bit longer because we have so many people. Normally 115 is kind of the target for the ending. We haven't gotten a battle yet. I don't know what gives here. The kill rate's gonna be nice though. Here's our battle. Ooh, we're getting smoked here. The 15 stack has arrived. But we do get to kill some guys, so this is good. I guess, let's cancel this. Let's merge the 15 stack. And then, once these are unified, let's land with the big stack again, which is now considerably larger. When we were trying to land with 80 troops before, now it's going to be, instead of 80, it's going to be 120k. Make sure that the generals are fully upgraded. Oh, well, what's this? We have low organization. Why is our organization but? I think the organization needs to come up anyways before you can land. Bro, why is it so? Oh, because we merged the army? Maybe. Rip. Ripperino. Early on in the 1.5, they said about being able to assign multiple armies to a naval invasion. This was never implemented. It'd be so much nicer if we could do this. Why don't you have private construction? Because it's still bugged. Time for tapas paella. I don't think we're going that long. They don't deliver before 4, so we would have to be going like at least 6 more hours. Tapas for the tapas y paella. Which I don't think we're gonna go that deep in the tank. So I guess we just have to wait here for this to recover. So we're kind of committing to. I really wish we could. I wish we could declare more than one Diplo play simultaneously. This would be really nice, because we would be able to not have to decay the infamy down, but I don't know, this gives a chance for these guys to recruit up a little bit more. Now we will actually just have double their troops, which maybe is just enough to get the thing done. I don't know. Alright, let's see what industries would be poppin'. The Asia army we'd send to deal with the Jambi peasant revolt. Oh, I guess we'll need a little bit more. I'm gonna add this organization recovery rate, please. There we go, that's 10. 6 more hours, might hit 1900 then. We might. My guy, I haven't been gone so long, only 4 years have passed. Also, the GDP growth of 193 to 280 is mesmerizing, so realistic. Big realism, big nice. We wish it was a little bit more angled, but alas. Our pop growth is like the really thing that's like kind of standing out, where like the mass migrations are just crushing. Super hard. there any way to increase organization gain? Because they're not allowed to land until they have... Maybe we shouldn't have even merged. God, that sucks. It sucks that we can't assign multiple guys to a landing. Which was the original intention. Because you create situations like where we have more than enough army, but we can't bring it to bear. And part of why we're playing a little bit slow is because we're trying to keep up with chat, and chat's going kind of a lot. GDP growth of 12% all year. It's almost like China in the 90s. Oh, we're about to get health system. That'll be super nice. Let's just 51 Castile. My brain can't count, won't count. Are we have an ammo shortage? That's not what we want to have. We'll do some of that and then set the ammo in here on auto expand. Which is not. Who made that decision? Alright, hopefully this landing can actually work. It's going to be around 140k, which is more than double the troops. We have these guys promoted up. They both have offensive planner. I suppose we actually don't mind that too much. And maybe we want to put ports at the front of the queue. Or do we have a ton of peasants? So we can deal with some, well, I guess that issue's kind of dealt with. Whoops. Still won't hurt to have more ports. Speed 5 increases the organization gain, I believe you. China learned from Iberia, see? It's almost like China in the 90s, he says, as he pops up his laws with secret police on. Shh, nothing happened in June of 1989. Don't you guys know? We don't talk about what didn't happen. This is how we get banned in Generalist chat. Public healthcare, big nice. That's going to be super nice for us. It'll allow us to increase migration a lot. So this is one of the reasons we put a bunch of government admins in the queue. But I guess we could kick some of these to the front. In order to get things kind of cranking up. And now our organization, 96. Let's go. Come on. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go! Can we get some poggers in chat? We can finally start to land these guys. Jesus Christ. The offensive planner, bigoted and reserved. So we have more than double the guys dying and getting wounded. Gotta ask ourselves, how bad do we want it? Do we want to just... God, this is so frustrating. I think we really should be able to win this war, and the fact that we can't, like, is just incredibly frustrating. We actually need to think about just white piecing here. Because we're not getting any infamy decay, so effectively this is costing us infamy every time we go. Generalist Gaming went from libertarian to tanky, impressive. Nice offensive 30, please. Comrade Generalist, please. God. I mean, start of battle we had 144k, they had 65k. I guess let's see the next battle, but I'm not sure it's going to be so much better. Why are we on rapid advance? The frick? should just have advanced front. I mean, if we can't win this war, we're supposed to just white peace now. Is the like most frustrating thing, and like we're just throwing good infamy after bad. Like, but this war should be winnable by us. It's so like asinine that apparently it's not. I mean, I guess. We are running a penalty now for the naval bases. Let's do that, I guess. Maybe we start conscripting up more. Frick, man. We just rely on the fact that I think we can recover more troops faster than they can and maybe get through this. Okay, so we have one miss. We're gonna need even more boats, though. Boop boop. Thank you, Dirty Deeds 98 for the follow. I'm surprised the Belgian company is even surviving with the blockade. Yeah, I mean, like, we've been blockading them, and they have this massive conscription. Like, I'm surprised that they, like, aren't just, like, hemorrhaging, that they have positive balances, but, like, how are you able to do all this amount of trade, my guy? I guess these are, like, all adjacent. It's Netherlands and Germany almost entirely. And they're, yeah, so they have no convoys for the trade, but just the base trade. Oh, there we go. There we go. Suck it. Mi español no es mejor, he says. Yeah, we're getting in here. Is private construction still Garbo? It's still bugged. I don't know what you mean by Garbo. If you mean is it still bugged, then yes. We're going to increase the SOL too. This is going to be so great. We got in there, boys. Yes, but it's an idiom, so the meaning will be lost. I'd assume you were Spanish. Because I literally translate to the Portuguese, that sounds like putting the dick in Flanders. That you're not wrong. This is kind of what we're doing. I think that translates pretty good. Yeah, so they just... We have troops from so many different places, I think, that can, like, recruit up a little bit faster, regain morale. No! Come on, dude. Stupid fucker. Now we're gonna lose the next battle because they will have time to recover morale and stuff. I mean, I guess we'll have time to conscript up and, like, also recruit up these navies, so, like, maybe that's not gonna be the case. Bro. Let's not recruit in Transvaal. Maybe we shouldn't be recruiting in Africa. It's a little bit harder to get labor there. Ooh, but I think that Lindi and Tanganyika we definitely want to incorporate, because it takes 20 years. So let's start. least these battles are happening kind of quicker than... I think they're a little bit... the naval battles are a little bit faster churning through than they were before. Which is a good thing. God, it's gonna be so expensive when we upgrade the monitors. Speaking of, we've added so much Navy. Oh, Jesus, we can't even, like, add very much to this. Once we get the monitors upgrade, it's gonna be really substantive. I think that we don't need the electric telegraph thing anymore, though. So let's just kind of go this direction, maybe. Actually, let's go steel railway into electrical capacitors. That'll work. Alright, we're getting our battles again. Alright, it's looking like we could get in. But yeah, that's the start of the battle. They only have like half the guys, that works for us. Yeah, in what way is construction bugged? This is the common question. This is the most common question. I've answered this question probably like 50 times in the past 3 days. But the way it's bugged is... that the amount of construction the private queue is supposed to be proportional, the private queue is supposed to be proportional to the amount of goods they are paying for. So you see here, this, they're paying for 6, normally we don't have the bug in this direction, but this is, or this is how it works when you don't have private queue enabled. But whatever percentage of the investment pool transfer is of the construction good costs, that is the percentage the private queue is supposed to gain access to. The way it works currently is they are gaining access to just whatever the maximum is. So if you're on laissez-faire and the cap is 75%, they just get access to 75%, even if they're only paying for like 30%. And so this means that the government is getting control over 45% less of the queue than they should. And this is like very frustrating, and it makes laissez-faire bad. To be fair, I think that we might just make an interventionism run and just play off that, but like, yeah. It do be thingin'. It do be a thing. And so, what it effectively means is that the private queue is getting control of way more construction than they're supposed to, because it's supposed to be proportional, not just like hitting the cap. Now, to be fair, some people have argued that this is a better simulation if it hits the cap, and I am inclined to agree that this makes sense in this sort of simulation. We're sinking some convoys, big nice, but it's not the way the game's not working as designed. And so, like, the entire metagame would shift. Like, laissez-faire gets a lot worse. And so, yeah. It's been a while since we've added construction. Let's do some of that. See what's going on here. Yeah, I don't think we want it to spam construction sectors here, so. Finally, we're getting in though. They're just like, they can't recover the troops as well as I can, or we can. We only have 1K construction. Generalist is falling off so hard. Not like this. Not like this. And not deficit spending, please, chat. No. It hurts. Only 300 milli. What happened? What happened to good generalist? When did good generalist become bad generalist? The truth hurts. It's probably way too much construction. You guys have made me feel insecure. Jesus. This is how we destroy the economy. This actually is too much construction. Let's just kick this to the back of the queue. This is too much construction. Alright, steel's probably gonna be the thing we need, to be honest. We have a ton of peasants with steel, we have a ton of infra, so let's just 51 it. And then let's put the construction behind there. Yeah. Let's finish the steel and then do the construction. It's still gonna be too much. Actually, once we demobilize, maybe we'll be in fine shape. And we'll max out that institution. Big nice. What do we have things for? We want migration controls. We're not gonna ever pass that ever because it completely breaks migration now. Even though it would be a reasonable law for us under normal circumstances. Don't want to get off censorship. Could go universal suffrage, to be honest, because we would like these guys to have more clout. It do be like that. Also, do want to get on graduated. The industrialists are a little upset if we do that, so why don't we do poor laws? Make the industrialists happy and then do graduated tax. What's the easiest way to get recognized? Well, normally it's declaring on Russia and taking Alaska in recognition. However, currently people have been having issues where Alaska's bugged. And you can't land it, but declaring a war on Russia as long as Russia doesn't have a land border on you, asking for recognition and war reps, and then landing over here in the middle of nowhere where they don't defend very well is generally the easiest way to do it. You can also land Corsica against France. But the idea is you only need to take any amount of territory, not anything in particular, so... Why does this say 7? Okay, it doesn't say 7 anymore. Nice top hat, sir. Get ready to get walloped. The Southern European way is to deficit spend until bankruptcy. The LARP is ruined. No! You enjoyed the stream? Thanks for your work. Looking forward to the next video. Thank you, Chris. I assume that means you're leaving, so Godspeed. Ooh, we got Han people. Oh, from Great Britain. Boop boop. We get the boop boops. How do people feel about that? Novex Mage, thank you for the follow. Is that obnoxious to some people? I might have to change it so that it's using Victoria 3's output instead of my sound output. Yeah. I think if you're fast enough, you can... so, I think Canaries is part of... Is Canary Island part of South Africa? Or North Africa? Or is it part of... If it's part of the Iberia strategic region, it's not going to be landable. It's a state in Iberia. So I would not go for this. The reason why France is doable is because Corsica is not part of Occitania or France. It's part of Italy. But supposedly the AI has gotten a little bit better about this. It looks like we will finally be getting what we want, what we always deserved. God, this war has been going on forever. Finally, we'll get to bring our boys home. Alright. Oh, we can pass poor laws way faster with these guys in government. Let's do this. That'll be better on the loyalist front, too. Now we're making money. Now we're making money. What happens if we go for Bolivia now? Brazil is likely to help them, but not as likely. Could we get them in the customs union? We could protectorate them, that'd be dirty. It's an expensive protectorate. Let's start bankrolling you, I guess. I think we're bankrolling Mexico. I think we could stop bankrolling them. Yikes. Where are we supposed to go after here? Could go after Persia. Don't hate going after Persia. I think we just get the oil here, huh? And then let's use this modest 20 or 40 stack. It's probably so overkill. Yeah, they have a 15 stack. Yeah. And annex Iraq. But even if I do take Alaska, Russia overtakes the Navy and being unrecognized can only build so much Navy. The thing is, they don't defend the waters around Alaska. Well, right now, people have been having bugs where they actually just categorically can't land Alaska, so this might not work for you right now. But Russia never defends this with Navy or Army, so you can just get in with one boat and one troop, and then you can enforce on them because they don't re-land it. Yeah. The Belgians really know how to resist the bite. Yeah, that was impressive. Oh, now we have too much construction, too. Jesus. Maybe not, actually. Can we 51 some things? Let's do that. Oh, free stat? We don't have... Yeah, we have so much extra infra, so... We could just, yeah, max this stuff out, and that'll be fine. Let's put this on auto-expand. Let's put this on auto-expand. Let's put this on auto-expand, too, maybe. And then... we do have this change. I know they changed this PM to make it cost less rubber. Well, how much less rubber does this cost? I wasn't planning on updating the sheets, the spreadsheets on stream, but I do want to just check with the old textile mills how much rubber they cost. So 35 fabric. How much rubber? So it used to cost 15 rubber. Now it costs just 10. So this used to have a overall efficiency of per worker of 80. No, that's the marginal efficiency. Right? Net value added of 800. But a decrease of 5 rubber. Rubber's 40, so that's an increase in value, net value of 100, or, yeah, no, 200, which is pretty substantive. Making these a lot better. They've also made the rubber cost, the other things cost less. Let's just exempt. Maybe this is a little bit better. And then also, we probably could export luxury clothes now. A little bit more. Let's see what's high level. Yeah. Something like this. I guess maybe we can add even more construction. Let's see things. No. Our investment pool is... We're going to drain this out. I think we're at a good amount, actually, right now. And we're almost done with just the constant uprisings in Africa. So we're almost done colonizing, so... I think everywhere is at 52 days or whatever, or less. So we're gonna start decreasing this. Colonization speed. Savalas. Do we want the authoritarian? Not really. He can do what he wants. Just not in government, he can't. Pop's really cranking up. It's been a while since we've checked. What's our mass migration attraction? 57. US is 64. And so part of it is we would maybe want to create jobs. Let's go in the ledger. So Toledo, Bajos, and Aragon in particular don't have very good migration attractions. So let's see if we can improve Toledo, Bajos, and Aragon. by adding a whole ton of jobs. Why was that not on auto expand? What the hell? So this Aragon. Toledo's here. Now Toledo we don't have as good at options. And well, now we have a shit balance because we need to export more of this. So maybe we actually just don't. Ooh, actually wait. No, this wouldn't be more profitable. Okay. What can we build here that would be good? Well, we have a decent amount of tools demand, so I think we could actually build some tooling workshops. I mean, we could build government sector stuff, or we could also just build army. I think with this massive stack, we also... Here, let's... do something like that. That gets us up to... Actually, let's just get it up to 50 in both. 50 and 50. And then let's get rid of this cavalry. So it'll be an exactly 100 stack. Perfect. And then what next? Bajos, I think, was the last one. Which kind of has some of the problems. Well, I mean, I guess tools are supposed to look good here. Also build just like low-level food industries. Put it on auto expand. Kind of feels bad, but maybe this is the way it would go. Because this will help to pull up SOL a little bit. Maybe. And then let's turn on the electric streetlights everywhere and this everywhere. And then add some jobs out and about here. Just focus on kind of the states we have incorporated right now. We haven't incorporated some of this stuff down here yet, but we'll, I guess, get started on building some of the electricity. We do have some in Zulia. We'll do that. We'll add 5 and 5 in here. Oop, we already have some in there. Okay, well, we'll just add a little bit more. Lindy and Tanganyika, we can add some. I think we'll put these on auto expand because I think we haven't really minded them being on auto expand. And we'll continue on our merry way. We could look to collapse some of these guys. I think we're fine though. I was waiting so badly for foreign investments. Will the capitalists of the other country invest in others and hold shares and earn dividends based on the profits in the foreign country? This is my understanding. What I don't know is where exactly the capitalists will be located in terms of the POPs. Will they be located in the foreign country you invested in, but you effectively own these POPs, but they contribute to like the foreign SOL and also possibly the foreign reinvestment, right? So the investment pool where these capitalists contributing, or are they capitalists localized in home states? I'm not sure what the answer to this is. Also, foreign investments might be bad for the country trying to industrialize because they won't have capitalists in their country, but other, just laborers. Yeah, so this is definitely supposed to be exploitative and extractive, and I'm hoping it's like this, and I think this is emblematic of like the era and this type of thing, and this will be good. Might be bad with foreign investments, but might also be industrialization, more high-paying jobs, less peasants. Yeah, it depends where the job... It depends where the... Yeah, so you'll de-peasant faster. But it's the ownership class. Is the ownership class overseas, or is it at home? Stream's title says we're playing Spain, but I see Iberia in the map. That's why we're in pain. We're not in Spain, we're in pain. We're in Spain. There's a Spain start, okay, Tarek? It was a Spain start. We started as Spain. One day we'll play the EIEIC. But I guess we could keep taking a look here. Like, in theory, we actually would want to micro around our edicts that improve migration, but this is just too tedious for me. If we were trying to uber min-max. But we can look where we have, like, kind of low. Pastures, Catalonia. Pastures, Catalonia. Let's see. Pastures, Catalonia. What's going on here? Well, what can we make here? Almost certainly tooling workshops would be okay, especially because we have the rubber as the input. So let's just make a 10 stack. And Catalonia, let's come back here. We're kind of building around the migration attraction. This is a play pattern that we haven't really incorporated too much before, so this is actually kind of neat. Okay, we took this off auto expand. Interesting. Is that correct? I think we can auto expand this, maybe build a little bit more. I think that's probably fine because we have so many fishing wharves here. And that'll be probably pretty good. I guess we could build some furniture and put it on auto expand. Maybe this is the place to build some ships. So we'll do this. Put this on auto expand. We do have some electricity coming in too. On Bax's Kiko. The East India Company, that's correct. The East India Company. Bro doesn't know where Catalonia is. Dead. Yeah, you know, it do be like that sometimes. Most times. You know what's funny is I actually play in Spain a lot in CK. It's like my region of choice, so it's extra shameful. How are we not pushing them? We are, okay. We'll get there eventually. Where's the capital? Please don't say in Mosul. It's probably in Mosul. No, it's in Baghdad. Okay. Okay. Yeah, looks like we've gotten everything kind of situated pretty well. Well, let's see what we're doing on the tech. So we have steel railway. We're steadily decreasing the amount of mallast. So once this researches, this will decrease the mallast size on steam turbine. And so maybe we actually just want to finish steam turbine. I think this is actually going to be the case. So let's do this. Steel railway into steam turbine into electrical capacitors, something like this. Which will help us to get our bonus, which will give us 5% construction, which is going to be super nice. Because we don't have the productivity from here. Why does Britain still own Gibraltar? This is a good question. This is a good question. Eh, maybe we don't improve relations with them then. Since intra-market migration isn't working, like, pulling people into your market actually kind of sucks really hard. So actually getting a lot of infamy is, like, much, much more attractive than, like, it normally is. Just kind of, like, thinking through it, the gears are turning. Because we pulled, like, Mexico into the market, and, like, we were not able to siphon off pops from them before. They have really low migration attraction, still nothing. Yeah, so inter-market migration right now for us is broken, but we're absolutely slaying on the mass migrations because they changed the system or we just understand the system better because they made it more opaque, which is might be the latter, or more transparent, which it might be the latter. Feels bad, man. I think that normally we don't do synthetics, but that they're probably okay in, like, some of these sulfur areas. There's Antofagasta. So I don't expect those to get very tall, but to be fair, you it's not called Catalonian CK. Catalonia Racers. Had some real Turks the other day say that Kurdistan is not real. Maybe Generalist is LARPing as a Spaniard. Yeah, Catalonia is not real. It can't hurt you. Say Kurdistan is not real. Well, I mean, the Kurd people are real, but I don't think... was Kurdistan ever a state? I don't think it's ever been a state. Your ex is Catalonian, she'd not like that. So, that sounds like something a Catalonian would say. Gonna try playing as Bahrain? Godspeed. You want to make it even harder, play as the Trucial states. That's an even harder start than Bahrain, if that's your goal. If you're trying to maximize difficulty. You know what, we would push a little bit faster if we actually, like, sent more army. And these guys would definitely be able to push faster with the rapid advance, so maybe we just do that. We don't want to get to 0 infamy again. I super love the change with where the infamy is in the UI, though. I think the end goal should be to try treaty port Great Britain. We'd have to decrease them, but this was something that, like, would be in the cards. Yeah, so as soon as we finish steel railway cars, it's going to dramatically decrease the amount of stuff required to finish steam turbine. I mean, we could just go for steam... With this amount of time left... Well, actually, is this not spreading? It is not spreading. We're going to switch to this. It's maybe not perfectly optimal, but... Don't we have... We're bringing this up to 50. I guess we haven't gotten to it in the queue yet. Katanga, colonization computed. Yeah, the migration has just been absolutely crushing. Don't you understand, Mr. Gebby? The IU bids under Saladin were the first Kurdistan Maj. Wait, what? Isn't the notable thing about the Kurds is that they're Christian? And Saladin was definitely Muslim? I'm confused. I think you're memeing, or I just don't understand my history. What's the hardest start you can manage to make #1 as still? I think you can make any nation #1. I just don't know if you can get through the start as... So the Persian state that's landlocked here, the American state, the native territory, and the landlocked Russian, or like Circassia or whatever, these are probably the 3 hardest starts. And if you can... Like, if you can get enough escape velocity to, like, get to a coast with any one of those, I think you can become the first. Saladin was Kurdish ethnically, but not Kurdish in any other demonstrable way. They had a French-Canadian laxed. We could go for a petroleum company. Quebec-y. Data Coruscant. Man, everyone's just throwing shade about who to date. Jesus. What are we supposed to... So we don't have a tooling company, which would be nice. I don't think we have a company for... No, we have a company for sulfur. We don't have a company for lead. I know someone in chat was trying to get us to do the things. I kind of like the tooling company. Mill goods cost... Actually, mill goods cost... What's our currently mill goods for military buildings? So this would give us a free money modifier. Really not too big at this point, but the boom booms are nice. We could also export ammo, maybe. I kind of think this company is super sweet, though. So So we'll slot that one back in, even though we already have bonuses in both of these things. You know what I'm starting to think is that the Duro y Campagna might be the chopping block company, to be fair, because this is effectively just giving us this. I guess we kind of like the arms industry's throughput, because we can export on it. But I don't know. I guess we're committed now. I forget that it takes you can't really undo it. Kurds are Muslim, or they're Yazidi, which is like their own ethno religion. Really? Really? Okay. Kurds are definitely not Christian. Okay. My man, you're a real one. When are we going to stick it to the French Commune? You have to read about your dating life, Generalist. It's short, but it's diverse. Some would call you Mr. Worldwide. I've never dated someone from my country, which is very funny, not gonna lie. Well, there's probably a joke in there about you either having good taste or bad taste. You've never dated someone from your country. I'll leave it unsaid, though. Alright, once we get poor laws in, we're gonna try and do the law that, the new tax law, which is gonna help our migration even still more. Have you played Tark? What's your assessment on how much mass migration is? It feels like we're getting so many freaking pops. But maybe it's just we had no market migration for the longest time, so like we were depressed on the amount of pops, and then we just kind of got unleashed more so than it actually being good. What's going on here? Are you just not pushing? You're not pushing. Super. Just not pushing. Just not pushing. Tragic. Pontiac, we have to annex at some point, or like let go of, but this is not the vibe. You haven't played Vic 3 in the dispatch beyond like 1860? Fair enough. So basically a non-thing. Good taste. The foreign stereotype of Portuguese women is that they have mustaches. Interesting. Coming from a nationality that has a lot of facial hair. Not in a position to talk. Alright, we will be occupying this pretty quick here, though. Or, well, not super quick, but in our own time. As well as rising, because we're getting these health institutions. Plus standard of living, which is going to be nice. Same with reduced effects of pollution, because I think we're actually starting to feel the nip of pollution effects. Yeah, look at this pollution impact, pretty high. And so now we're going to get steel passenger carriages, big nice. We're going to swap all of them, and then steam trains, big nice. We're going to swap all of them. Alright, so now we just have to, this decreased the cost, so now we're overshot on this. So we're going to do that, finish up steam turbine, and then go electrical capacitors and electric railways, and then it'll feel super nice. I think after we do this, let's see, what do we have maybe Zeppelins over here. And we have like all the prerequisites. Actually, since we already have we're already actually in on the tier 4 tech, it's probably more efficient to let some of that spread to us and actually research some stuff over here. And we could do something like to this effect. The monitor is not spreading to us, which is going to be nice. I think we might, I'm so tempted to incorporate this. It's 20 years, but eventually it has a ton of oil. Yeah, let's incorporate some of these. The thing is, it's going to pull down our average. I forget which one, I don't know if hail gets, I think it might be just Nej that gets the oil. Maybe hail gets the oil. Actually, maybe we don't know, so. Actually, maybe we could check which one has oil. Nej already has oil, so we'll incorporate. Check this GDP, 8,400 GDP is, or GBP. Your room has higher value than the whole GDP of Great Britain. Waiting for spheres? Fair. Is there any time when doing the positivist thing with technocracy is legit good? It just, like, it always just feels like a little bit awkward, to be honest, is my experience. But, like, in theory, it seems like it's a really good transitionary, like, law. So I don't know. We're gonna just add a little bit of some auto expands here to try and set this thing up for success in the future. But not because we want to build here immediately. We're just actually eating a ton of inefficiency, but we just don't... We're not gonna, like, think to come back, so we're just gonna set it up now. Hopefully that didn't turn them on like electricity stuff. We will add some electricity in the newly conquered area. Alright, so now we have a chance to declare war, which is great because we only have 3 of them. So we want a decent sized war here. We could reduce autonomy in Java. Could also annex someone reasonably large. God, it just feels so bad not getting the Panama Canal if we annex Colombia, but Colombia would be a reasonable annex. Let's see what we... Long have we wanted their territory here. The problem is we don't want Brazil to switch. We want to invite Brazil into the customs union, and then with them in the customs union be able to do the things. Maybe we just invite them into the customs union and give them an obligation, just keep blankrolling them to get rid of the obligation, and then once they're in the customs union, they're less likely to do the thing. The customs union is also just super useless right now because it actually just breaks, like, there's no internal migration. But I'm thinking that once they're in the customs union, surely they are less likely to support. Maybe Mongol people migrating from Russia. But we're looking to kind of restore some of our stuff, so maybe we can protect right now. Let's just try it. This is going to be a fat chunk of infamy as well. We'll send our 90 stack. Great British Pound. Gotcha. Spheres are a bit annoying to play with Vic 2 on speed 5. And Vic 2 on speed 5. Got it. I haven't played Vic 2 very much, so British was right. Great British Pound. Looks like our investment pool finally ran out. Or it's growing now, because, okay, we're spending on particular things. Animus pops. I don't think we have too many of those, so we'll just take that. What is this about? Return Antofagasta. Oh, wait, that's the war we started. Return Antofagasta. I think we'll go for war reparations. That one will be good kind of no matter what. We'll see who's leaning where. These guys want us to give them their treaty port back. Revoke claim. I think revoking claim in Antofagasta is actually useful for us too. Makes it much more likely they back down. We're gonna wait a few days, see how things shake out. We don't need to start another war because we're like involved in a war, so... Or wouldn't be very useful for us to be able to start another war. Cloudy Crew Kyle P says, "Hey man, glad to catch you live and good to see your numbers are growing. Thank you very much. Keep it up. Used your advice on quite a few occasions. That's good." Yep. Very nice. Wait, is Bahrain? You should change your capital to Yemen? What? I'm not saying that. I mean, you probably could. Bahrain isn't like exactly, or True Shield Coast isn't necessarily a good place to have your capital. Alright, we're gonna open market as well. We're not gonna regime change, so this is the war. If they want to back down, they can. They're probably pretty likely to. I think, I've maintained balance of power, I think, makes it more likely they back down. I think it does affect their back down chance. I just can't remember which direction. That's one of the ones. I have to make a cheat note card on one of the ones that... Someone did a video on this that I actually thought was super cool. I cross-posted it on the Discord. Where they like looked in the game files and saw the attitudes or the agendas that make you more likely to back down or less. How are you going viral when it says you have minus 518k monies a week? You should edit to say plus 1.4 million. Yeah, and then have like a face like right next to it. Big nice. To be fair, I don't have anything against like being clickbaity in the thumbnails. I just think having minus or plus money is like actively bad, and I would not want to put that in a thumbnail because it's like no good. I hate how okay, so the power plants are government buildings now. This is why we're not gaining the transfer. They've switched to government buildings, but they don't have government ownership. They're capitalist owned, unless I'm missing something. We forgot to do that. Jesus. That should dramatically improve. Oh, it killed the prosperity? What? I guess they just need to de-employ up. There's now a glut. Rubber discovered in Jalisco. I think we're going to be wrapping up pretty soon here, though. We already kind of went over. I'm starting to get really hungry. Didn't really make too much progress in terms of the year count, but... You were asking, sorry. Oh, I don't think it's a very good spot to have your capital. I mean, whichever has more arable land is probably a little bit better, or more population. So, like, but I think it's pretty marginal. I think they're both bad places to have a capital. I think it might be a little bit better, yeah. But I don't think it makes too big a difference. It might not be worth getting the malice for. We kind of stopped moving our capital every single run after 1.5 because local goods, like, kind of change the value of it. It used to be really valuable, now it's not as valuable. Did you figure out how migration works from the previous stream? It's bugged. There's a lot of things that can bug and break intermarket migration. We have bugged out intermarket migration, so it's hard to evaluate. It seems like mass migration is a little bit more strong than it was before, and then we have like no opinion on intermarket migration just because we haven't experienced it. What would happen if the previous investment pool? What would happen with the autonomous investment on the AI built only power plants? No ITP and full control. I think that they pay for it, and it lets you have them pay for it. But I actually can't remember because they also recently changed it so that in terms of what the buildings are considered, they're considered government development buildings, and I think all the development buildings you can't use investment pool for. But the thing is like, this is the only development building that is owned by capitalists. So I'm not sure exactly how this works. How the hell are we still in second place? We haven't built up a huge navy. It's Yemen then, around 300k, yeah, or 1.6 mil, yeah. So Yemen's probably a little bit better. I think it's a little bit marginal, but it's probably a little bit better. Yeah. You used to move the heuristic you used to use is you used to move your capital to the place with the most unused arable land, and then you used to build a ton of manufacturing in the capital. But now that's no longer like the way to play. So. We have a nice big customs union. It would be sweet if we could actually pull migrants out of it. But we can't. Alas, poor York. We knew him well. Horatio. I'm gonna try and push the logging and stuff up around these places. Do we have any peasants? Let's kind of get rid of some of the peasants, huh? Even in the places that we don't necessarily have incorporated. We don't have Ecuador incorporated. Bro, this place probably has really strong migration attraction by now. Yeah, so it does. So, no, it is incorporated. That's incorporated too. Oh, it's Equator and, yeah. Never mind. Wrong Equator. These guys are probably good enough to get the incorporation treatment, so let's do it. We probably don't need that many power plants for this. Let's do this. We don't want to use up that amount of infra. Don't really care about the other stuff, so let's do this. Rebellious, you don't say. I think we really want to annex. We can't annex Pontiac. Sintang has gold, so this is probably a pretty good high priority annex, to be honest. We'll send our Asia army to deal with them. Should be more than capable. Along with our subjects who get pulled in anyways. So, kind of impressed with how well this run's gone. Seems like it's been a really good test run for the Turtle Island game. This guy with the memes. Coming in with the memes. Whoa, we would be in the next bracket if we lowered taxes. Maybe we're... What's our share of peasants to gainfully employed? Still have a ton of peasants, but they're all in unincorporated stuff. I guess maybe we've been a little bit too uppity about pushing the building in incorporated states for the result of getting like a lot of extra migration, but maybe not. I'm not sure. I think we kind of think secret police sucks, though. Even with the extra interactions. I think we'd rather just have the other thing. Like, we barely have some bonuses here. These bonuses are really strong in a general sense. Probably just gonna go this. Oh no, that's not the law we wanted to pass. Cancel. Abort. We wanted to do this. In which case we could keep the taxes where they were. Add construction, and then instead pass this. But let's have a look and see if there's any agitator that will support it. I think we say smell you later to this guy. Or actually, let's arrange an accident. Let's use the thing while we can. Failed assassination attempt. Uh-oh. He's not aware though. He didn't fall on any bullets today. Didn't fall out of the window. But we want to try and do graduated taxation. See if anyone will agitate for that. No, it looks like they all want protected speech. Cowards. Alright, let's show... This guy will start a movement to enact homesteading. I think we maybe want to go communism at some point. So let's... I mean, and we kind of... We freed up our slot. I guess we should have found the agitator we wanted before we did this. So let's see if we can get some sort of communist guy. Abolitionist, you were so close. The anarchists. I mean, the anarchists can be okay. We'll just leave it open for now, I guess. Well, we won't be able to exile, is the thing. Also, this is pretty likely to fail, to be honest. But the industrialists aren't mad because we passed the law they like, or we still keep their bonus. But we have a really high debate chance instead of advance and success, so probably fails. Could use our one time, except we're about to outro the stream, so. If you form Turtle Island as a cybernetic state, this essentially means you get to go robotic turtle in the 20th century. This is true. Should have offered some tea? Yeah. How many pops would you have if this run wasn't in 1.6, do you think? I don't know. This is super hard to tell because there's so many moving parts. Like our graph, we might end up at this point, but our graph would look a little bit more linear than like this, like starting to spike up. We're getting no intra-market migration, which is like really significant malice. So like this run is just like kind of like a test run. It doesn't feel like it means too much, you know? So I guess maybe we pass protected speech if this fails though, and so we just recruit the anarchist guy just to have him. Yeah, well, I think grabbing that guy's probably fine. So let's grab him. We'll have a big movement for protected speech. Socialist unrest will increase. Storm approaches, we'll just do that one. Get a little bit more agitation. I think we might go communist, so. One of the disadvantages is killing your customs union for going communist, but our customs union isn't giving us the most beneficial thing that a customs union gives. I guess at this point the main one we need to go for is this, and then releasing 2 Sicilies and going for that, or releasing whatever and going for that. Red vs. McBean is a great name. Did someone name... I don't see Red vs. McBean cheddar. Do we still have peasants? Yeah, we still got some peasants. We got like 20% of our workforce is peasants. We have virtually none in incorporated territories though. I'm trying to play a little bit differently than we normally play. Not because I'm like actively thinking that playing a little bit differently is better, but because the migration changes seem to indicate that you really want to avoid peasants in incorporated territories, like desperately, because it's going to affect the migration attraction. And in other areas you can be a little bit more like cool about it, I guess. But in particular, we've started to like, yeah, we just added to the queue in a bunch of places. Like the problem with some of these places though is that they have qualifications problems. So maybe we're supposed to drop like 1 level of university in all these states. I mean, I guess I don't hate it, but so we just like where we have a lot of peasants and we're not incorporated and we're planning on not incorporating it, we're just gonna drop the university. LM's already got a huge one, right? And we do something like this. We don't mind having a few more universities anyways. Just any place over 100k, we're gonna do this, and then this will be the thing. And then this way our chop chops can actually employ up, and then we just blast the chop chops in the rubber. But this is where a lot of our peasants are at this point. So what's that? Okay, never mind. Red vs. McBean was the anarchist agitator. Oh baby. Red vs. McBean, you're right. I don't even notice. Red vs. McBean. So they have a wary attitude towards us. Maybe if we like sided on them with the one play, they would like give us more support in the other, or allow us to support them in exchange for stuff. We also, it might be that we need a bigger army. Right, let's. I do think we're gonna wrap things up though. So, because we've been going almost 5 hours now. Instead of like the normal 3 hours and 45 minutes, kind of went an extra hour because we have so many people. Actually, let's check how many people. We still have an absolute ton of people. We still have a ton of people. Holy shit. Y'all coming out. I guess we'll go like another 10 minutes or so. And then we'll look to outro the stream. Something like this. Okay, we'll go another 10 minutes. We'll go till 2:30. Just a little while longer. Just one more turn. We also have other stuff we want to do today, but importantly, we're really hungry. And we have to piss. I'm curious if... We're gonna save and take a look at some of these things. Yo, Loco, what's the feeling? So is migration busted? It is not working as designed. Not working as intended. So now their attitude towards us will shift, so maybe they will now accept an offer of support. And this is the thing we wanted to check. But now they're genial, so that will increase their acceptance chance on some of those things. Because they were like wary before, and by joining their side on one of the things, we fixed the wariness. We did hit 1900 on the date though. We're gonna reload. But yeah, the intermarket migration, it seems like there's a variety of conditions that completely break intermarket migration. And we are suffering from one of those, so we basically have no intermarket migration, and we're entirely dependent on mass migrations. And so, like, and which is frustrating for states like Antofagasta, which is ineligible for mass migration. So we have this tiny population with this huge attraction in Antofagasta. Well, I guess the attraction's not super huge, but we were running the edict there. But because it has less than 20 arable land, it's not eligible for mass migration. So, like, really, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't get more pops there. There's no way to do it. It can't be done. The sins of the... yeah. We just can't do it, so... We'll turn on all the electricity stuff, though. That we can. We'll exempt here, maybe. Why don't you start streaming at this time? Seems favorable for both EU and NA viewers. When I pulled in the past for the 9:30 start time before, giving a variety of start times, and that was the one everyone was most interested in on a YouTube poll. But because some of the Europeans are like yeah, a few hours ago, like, start seems a little bit better, generally, but... I don't know, I could revisit it as well, but we've also been streaming the 9:30 slot every week for, like, forever, and I think the consistency is also really important, so we'd have to, like, give up the slot or whatever. Gonna pop up some of these. Got 1,500 constructions, kind of nice. Socialist demagogue, let's go. Inspirational. Redvers McBean, good socialist demagogue, big nice. I'm glad we decided to go with Redvers. This wouldn't be particularly great for Europeans. Yeah, I think 3 to 4 hours ago is much better for Europeans as a start time. Like, because if I'm gonna stream for 4 hours and, like, what time is it in, like, Sweden right now? It's 11:25 p.m. in Sweden, so if I were to stream 4 hours, in order to watch the whole stream as a European in Sweden, you would have to stay up to, like, 4 or 5 a.m. Whereas a stream that starts at 6 p.m. and ends at like 11 p.m. might be a little bit better. And some people in the U.S., so the East Coast, some people might be up by 9:30, but then like 12:30, I don't know. I think it made a lot of sense when we did it. Only complaint I have over streaming times is that there's not enough work traffic outside the window. There's not enough work traffic outside the window? Oh, yeah. This is... Yeah, so streaming late evenings on the weekend is when there's the most loud cars. So if we want to maximize for loud cars, it'd be better to stream like 6 or 7 hours from now. Which, to be fair, that's like the other side of things, is I could stream at like 7 p.m. my time, but then like that's 10:30 for the East Coast people, but it's the morning for the Europeans. This, either way, this is going to result in a problem, so we're going to take this. Because it's going to reset the graduated thing. But yeah, it's just going to be... We're going to use our one time, actually. Not that I think we're playing long enough for this to be a thing, but... But yeah, like, this is, like, just a very, like, vertical-looking pop-off. Like, even for getting multiculturalism. I don't think we'd normally have this, like, level of pops. Great Britain also has very little pops, kind of, compared to their normal. Yeah, it just seems super winner-take-all-y, man. Like, almost everyone is just very stagnant populations. And then, like, USA just has an absolute banger chart that they don't normally have, and then everyone else just super flat in terms of their pop growth, or negative even, right? And I think it's because intermarket migration's busted. Looks like Mexico's getting some migration. Persia also did well. So, like, the people who get, like, the mass migrations are just the uber big winners. What did we just research? Oh, yeah, I remember. I remember. Alright, we're going to try and turn this on in as many places as we can. We're just going to click continue and hopefully it's okay. This is going to cause maybe a glut of clothing, but it's nice when this stuff gets cheap. Can we import more grain? We're notably haven't really been producing any grain, so maybe we want to get on that. It's unfortunate that we don't have, kind of starting to really like rye as a grain. We have rice farms, but like they're really construction efficient. Maybe we add a few. Yeah, let's add a few. So the thing is we're thinking a lot about migration now, and this is going to hurt our unused arable land modifier, but I guess maybe, I don't know how much we necessarily care. Something like it's still disgusting and construction efficient. It's not morning, it's 4 a.m. I'm not sure exactly which phrase that was in response to, but overall 9:30-ish seems like a pretty good time slot. 9:30 a.m. PST, 12:30 East Coast, and then like kind of early afternoon, or sorry, late afternoon, early evening in Europe, depending on where you are in Europe. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll go with that. What else does this give? Brine electrolysis. Yeah, that's a really good one too. Well, that went off without a fuss. And they are auto-expanding, so they should be able to figure it out. I think that also made the stuff really expensive, which is good for the company. And we would really want to get the 5% state construction efficiency. The infra per 100 population is not insignificant either. Well, it's kind of insignificant, but it's not inconsequential. There are some consequences. Do that. See if we run any shortages. We do immediately. From what? Oh, we're fine with that. Why do we have an engine shortage? Oh, I guess we just have a market engine shortage. Alright. We must not have enough places auto-expanding on the engines. You're auto-expanding. Also, engine PM kind of sucks with the one we have. I think we have the first one still. Yeah, the PM's just really not that great. So even auto-expand, it won't necessarily do what you want it to do. Yeah, yep. We're just finding the places where we have the steel stuff going on. Let's build some more of this. Okay, so Castile, we have basically unlimited infra. Well, not unlimited, but we have a lot. Let's actually get like 10 at the front of the queue here to kind of solve some of this, but then let's 51 the building. That should be pretty good. Asturias, you should probably be auto-expanding as well. Got a lot of steel there, it should be good. Come on, we used our one time, so let's see at least a happy roll, even though we're going to temporary embarrassment. Rip the dream. I mean, it's not the worst one, to be honest. Gets the ball rolling a little bit. Gets the ball rolling a little bit. I mean, we could think about moving the time slot. I'm amazed at how YouTube has just been very consistently around 120 for like the entire time. Twitch has moved around a little bit in terms of how many people have been in here, but the YouTube's been staying strong. I wonder, like, it's like hard to tell how many are the same people at the very start, but a lot of people come, a lot of people go. Iberian something, Quinine Joe. So we're starting to get to the point where we're having fewer and fewer places that are maybe let's use this stack actually. Oop. Let's just recruit a new guy. But we have very few places we're actually colonizing now, which means we can probably decrease our colonization level another notch. I forget we wanted to go after Sinai, and now it doesn't matter because Germany took it. God damn it. Fickle Twitch watchers, never as loyal as the tubers. Max Williams has been here 5 hours. Yeah, that's basically the entire time we've been live. Shout out to you. You know, for the long haul. Health institution increased. This is very nice here, kind of at the end. Let's see Paul Allen's mass migration attraction. Oh, look at that. So, like, anytime we incorporate someone, we pull down this average, right? And then also, anytime we get a mass migration, it also pulls down the average, because, like, whatever's the top dog, like Valencia here, will get the mass migration, right? And then once they get it, it pulls down the average for us. But the pollution impact significantly negatively affecting things is a big deal. But yeah, all the mass migrations in the world right now are in our territory. Wild. So, I mean, we're going to get the next one, which will reduce the average. And so I think most of the time you're reducing the average and then someone else overtakes you and then they get it, but not here. The Ukraine stream was rough, not going to lie. Oh, the 12-hour? You tried to do that in 12-hour? So now we got another one, Eastern Andalusia here. We get another one to Western Andalusia. Now, of course, this is right after we got the thing, but then this is going to pull down our thing, our migration attraction. Because now we lost Eastern and Western Andalusia. We have Rishat and Valencia available. Migration attraction is useless in a lot of our states, though, because there's no intermarket migration. But yeah, this pulls down a little bit. We can look at like why Verstadt and Valencia are so like significant. Like we really like starting to update like a lot of our opinions on some of this stuff. But we are getting only 13 from available employment, so this could go up even way higher. But SOL is really a huge driver because standard of living's so high. Yeah. This is auto expanding. Yep. Everything's pretty profitable. These will kick down the employment, but then they'll still be giving available employment for the purposes of the things. So what I was thinking about this weird sort of situation where us going road carts and horse-drawn, even though the PMs are worse, might be better because it would give us a bigger modifier. I mean, I'm not about microing this, but it will give us a better modifier for available employment. Thank you for the bless you, dear sir. I probably should have muted my mic, but... Alright, we used our one time, so obviously we have to lucky roll, even though we're... Yeah, this is the best roll, baby. We'll consider this a fulfillment of the one time. We will consider that a fulfillment of the one time. One time has been successful. But yeah, this seems super winner take all. I don't know if this is how it's always worked and we just didn't understand it. Maybe this is how it's always worked and we just didn't understand it. That it was about incorporated states, which like significantly changes like what the strategy regarding incorporation is, because we've incorporated way fewer states than we normally would. To be fair, migration attraction will also go up as we incorporate. So maybe, oh, we have oil here in Bolivar. Why don't we incorporate it? Let's also... do this. Let's place this gold, and we are incorporating it already. 20-year incorporation, though. Yeah. I should have gone longer with the Ukraine stream, though. I should have gone, instead of like 15 hours, I should have gone like 20 or something. I don't know. Or maybe even the full 24. I actually felt bad the next day about like stopping at 15. I was just getting very tired. You know what? They changed it from an offensive war to a defensive war, and I'm so used to, for the native uprising, clicking on this side, right? That, like, my brain's all messed up. I just realized I keep doing this, and I'm like, why do I keep doing the wrong side? Because we're used to it being on one side instead of the other side. Yeah, but we're almost done having native uprisings, too, though. Yeah, now we just get all the mass migrations forever. Oh no, wait, one went to the USA. Okay. I see you. We're still at 105 though. Oop, I don't think we want torpedo boats. I actually think we want monitors. Not torpedo boats. I don't think we can't start a play right now, right? It's only when the play is brewing you can do anything. Yeah. Do a trade agreement here. Could always do another charity stream. We could double down. I was planning on doing one in June for raising money for people displaced by the Uyghur thing. Maybe something to support Native Americans, given American history. This would also be a decent one. Can we get a charity stream for disenfranchised Vicky 3 watchers like us in chat? You mean a giveaway stream? I suppose we could. A redistribution of wealth stream where we try and get donations and then use the donations to do free giveaways to the viewers. Could do a redistribution stream. What's the state of the global economy and game? Let's take a look. I assume you mean like where our GDP is. Great Britain doing pretty good. Germany's doing pretty good. Great Qing's kind of okay. The Raj is overall losing GDP after kind of early on. France really flat. I think, yeah, Russia's flat. USA, despite getting a lot of pops, is kind of not really doing too hot. Oh, I know why USA is not doing too hot. Every single one of these like dips is them fighting us over Mexico. Yeah. Scandinavia had a nice formation. Belgium, this was the time of the Troubles when they were fighting us for like forever. And now they're doing much better now that they're in our customs union. Brazil just got into our customs union, starting to pop off a little. Lack of intermarket migration's like, it's such a problem though. It's such a vibe. Alright. I think we're gonna outro here though. We're gonna save this as end episode 3. We will find someone to raid for the Twitch viewers. I always wonder who we're supposed to say goodbye to first. But we'll find someone to raid. Probably a Victoria 3 streamer. I guess we could send you to something else. We could send you to watch Age of Empires. I have to actually watch more Twitch so that I can know like who to send where. Ooh, there's someone who has more Vicky 3 viewers than us. Or there's 2 people, but they don't speak English, it looks like. France, Vive Louis Philippe. Victoria 3 multiplayer. Victoria Revolutions. Oh, is someone playing Vicky 1? Oh, we're gonna raid them. Victoria Revolutions this is like Victoria 1, right? They just put their thing in the wrong category. We're gonna raid them. Perfect. Victoria Revolutions. That was the initial name of the game, right? Alright. In either case, we're gonna raid them. Because that's maybe interesting. I will also link the chat, or link the Twitch in the YouTubes. This is the Twitch we're going to. But, for everyone else who's on the YouTube, because I sent away the raiders, thank you for coming out. If you liked, please feel free to like, comment, subscribe. You know, do the YouTube algorithm thing. I think we're gonna try and find a weekday slot that we might start streaming. I think I might start streaming early afternoons, which is going to be like... The reason for this is kind of when a lot of the people who streamed the category for Vic 3 stop streaming, and so just hoping to get kind of some of their viewers, maybe, at least on the Twitch, something like this. Maybe we'll take a look at it, maybe we'll try it, but looking to probably stream a little bit more, especially right now, because I don't want to start a YouTube run with these bugs. So it might just be over the course of next week, just mainly being tutorials and streaming or something like this. But anyways, I hope you enjoyed. Feel free to like, comment, subscribe, etc. Mostly etc. And have a good one. Bye-bye now.